Council, please come to order. Good morning, everybody. We are ready to move into agenda item C4, Trawl EM. And here to provide an introduction is Anna Henry. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council, Anna Henry, council staff here to present C4 Trawl EM. I also have Maggie Chan and Melanie Rickett from NIMS Alaska region with me, and Daryl Brannon will come up later when we get to the RIR portion of the analysis. Just to orient you to the agenda, we will give a presentation of the EA-RIR initial review analysis. There's also a Trawl EM committee report, which I will give. It's included in this PowerPoint. The enforcement committee minutes are also posted to this agenda item, and John McCracken will give the enforcement committee report, and then the FMAC also reviewed the Trawl EM analysis. So the specific portion of the FMAC report that refers to Trawl EM will be given under this agenda item, but you'll get the full report then in C5. So I'll just give an introduction and timeline of where we are in this analysis, and then we'll get an overview of the Trawl EM program and some of the specific design elements, focusing also on shoreside communication and sampling. Then we'll go into the RIR and cost elements and comparisons, and then the Trawl EM committee report. So in 2018, the Trawl EM committee was formed, and in 2018 and 19, there were a couple pilot projects to test EM. And then from 2020 until present, the program has been running under an exempted fishing permit. In June of 2021, the council initiated this analysis and approved a purpose and need and alternative set. In February, we had a preliminary review just at the Ssc for some data sampling and data collection issues. And that brings us to now June, the initial review, and then we tentatively have final review scheduled for October. Then there would be the development and publication of the proposed and final rule with the goal that a regulatory program would begin in January 2024. So this is the purpose and need. I won't read it all, but I'll just focus on the text in bold, that an EM program for compliance purposes on pelagic pollock trawl catcher vessels and tenders, both delivering to shoreside processors, will obtain necessary information for quality accounting for catch, including bycatch and salmon PSC, in a cost-effective manner, and provide reliable data for compliance monitoring of a no discard requirement for salmon PSC. This Trawl EM program has the potential to advance cost efficiency and compliance monitoring through improved salmon accounting and reduced monitoring costs. So the alternative structure is set up as alternative 1, no action. Alternative 2 would implement electronic monitoring on vessels, both catcher vessels and tenders in the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska. Alternative 3 would implement electronic monitoring on catcher vessels delivering to shoreside processors, so just CVs, not on tenders. And then there's an option 1 that would apply only to the Bering Sea, and option 2 that would be both the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska. And these alternatives were set up to kind of help structure the analysis to focus on the different sectors that participate in the program, but the program would be voluntary.
For the record, Maggie Chan, NOAA Fisheries. As Anna mentioned, we're operating under an exempted fishing permit right now. We're in year 3 of the EFP, so the analysis covers data from 2020 and 2021, year 1 and 2 of the EFP. This program spans both partial and full coverage, and the primary objective is to monitor for compliance. So the EM systems in the video is from compliance monitoring to ensure retention requirements of the program. The observers are onshore at the processing plants to sample biological data. And again, vessels choose to have EM on their boats, and this is a voluntary program. So eligible vessels can submit a request to join the Trawl EM program, and we would propose that it's an annual process where vessels resubmit their request each year. Vessels who are not in the Trawl EM program remain in partial or full coverage and continue to carry their an at-sea observer under those requirements. To achieve compliance monitoring, we're operating under maximized retention rules. So all catch is retained for delivery with a few exceptions, including marine mammals, sharks, jellyfish, and discards needed for vessel stability and safety. Most trips have no discard events, but when discard events do happen, they are in view of the cameras. And it's captured on video and reviewed later at the video reviewer. All discards are reported in logbook and e-landings. The camera record all hauls, all fishing activity, and it's later subsequently reviewed to verify the logbook and the e-landings data. The vessel logbook data verified through EM is what's used for catch accounting. So to orient you, under status quo, the vessels carry at-sea observer under partial or full coverage, and there's an at-sea observer that samples unsorted catch on the vessel. In the proposed trawl EM program, the EM is on the vessel and there's no observer on the vessel. The observer is at the shoreside processing plant. And the shoreside observers sample unsorted catch in the plant. The cameras record all trips and for the entire duration of the trip. And there's video review that occurs for all the trips. So this means that there's 100% monitoring by EM to ensure compliance with the maximized retention requirements of the program. We use a vessel monitoring plan, a VMP, as the user manual. The VMP is a flexible tool that outlines operator responsibilities and any actions the vessel needs to take if there are equipment malfunctions or any additional things that might happen that need direction. So this is an example of what some of the elements of the VMP. There's various pictures for camera views, camera locations, what the deck looks like. And this VMP is created specific to each vessel and is created annually. I'd like to also note that the EM system is structured on the boat where it's meant to be tamper-proof. And typically there are 3 to 4 cameras on a trawl CV for this program. So this is an example of some of the camera views. So this vessel has four cameras, and you can see that the camera views specifically cover where discards could occur in the water, such as a net torn, a torn net that might occur, and also covers portions of the deck where the crew might interact with the catch. And this is another view of the cameras. And you can see that as the bag is being pulled onto the deck, the camera view captures where the crew are standing and any potential areas that discard could occur. And again, these cameras are recording for the entire duration of the trip. We will cover costs later in the RIR portion of this, but I do want to just mention that this analysis proposes a new funding source. And the background for this is that we're operating under a NMFS policy directive, cost allocation and electronic monitoring programs for federally managed U.S. fisheries. And what this directive does is that it categorizes video review and data storage in EM programs as sampling costs that should be borne by the industry. Now, again, this program covers both partial and full coverage. And under the partial coverage portion, the partial coverage observer fee would satisfy this cost allocation policy. But in the Bering Sea, where observers are contracted directly with the vessel, we don't have a mechanism. So we are proposing a new Bering Sea EM review fee. And what this could look like is that the cost of video review and data storage for the Bering Sea portion from year one, from the previous year, would be divided by Pollock history amongst the Bering Sea trawl EM vessels for that year. So year one costs for data storage and video review divided by the year one participation from Bering Sea trawl EM vessels. Billing could occur during the fishing season in year two, and if the vessel fails to pay the fee, it could result in the removal from the program in the following year, so a potential removal in year 3. So I'd like to note that we will be receiving from Anna minutes from the trawl EM committee, and that this review fee was talked about at the Trawl EM committee, and we received feedback from the committee, and it will be refined in the next iteration of the analysis based on that feedback. Another element of that program is exemption from MRAs and Gulf Pollock trip limits. So the Trawl EM program requires maximized retention, which is essentially is little or no discards, to allow the shoreside observer to sample unsorted catch. This makes it necessary to exempt participating vessels from regulations that require discarding, including MRAs and Pollock trip limits in the Gulf. Under the EFP, we've been operating under vessel performance standards that were developed by the PIs, and they were developed to limit changes in behaviors from these regulatory exemptions, including forfeiting any value of overages and an increasing amount of fines until potential removal from the EFP. No vessels were actually removed due to MRA or Gulf Pollock trip limits overages during the course of the EFP so far. And we consider the vessel performance standards as largely successful in limiting any changes to behavior. There are options proposed in the analysis on how to approach this under a regulated program, but again, we'll receive feedback from the Trawl EM committee, and this will be refined in the next iteration of the analysis. Another program element is the opting in for the Gulf of Alaska. So under the Gulf, how we've been operating in the EFP is that vessels could opt into EM on a trip-by-trip basis during the fishing season. And vessels would indicate in odds if they're going on a Trawl EM trip or a partial coverage trip. This provided vessels stability, flexibility to operate based on their fishing operations. Under the proposed program, we propose that catcher vessels that have opted in for the year would be required to operate their EM systems and follow all requirements when directed fishing for Pollock is open. So, the reasoning for that, and so basically, we're proposing that vessels would no longer be able to opt in on a trip by trip, but would be an annual opt-in where all their fishing, all their directed fishing, they would be in the EM program when directed fishing for Pollock is open. And the reasoning rationale behind this is that with increased flexibility for a trip by trip basis, it creates cost inefficiency for the ADP. The ADP would have to budget and plan for all scenarios, including scenarios where the vessels that have opted into the program would be doing all their trips EM. And then at the other end of the spectrum, budget and planning for catcher vessels opting in that have opted into the program, doing all their trips under partial coverage with an at-sea observer. An additional element to this is that, and you'll hear this in the enforcement committee report, is that it creates the trip by trip element creates some complexities for enforcement to be able to know when to be able to have understanding of which trips are actually in EM and which trips are under partial coverage. And so, for example, one element of this program is exemptions from MRAs and Pollock trip limits. And the enforcement officers would have different requirements would have different requirements in order to understand what is actually exempted on a trip based on a trip-by-trip basis. And this is an ongoing topic of conversation. And again, you'll hear more about this in the Trawl EM committee minutes and the enforcement committee minutes. And industry has proposed additional options for analysis. So we are discussing that at the moment.
Yes, sorry, Ms. Chan. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Chan. I realize we have Trawl EM committee minutes coming, and I actually don't recall what their recommendation was here, but can you describe a little bit better what this would look like for a vessel under the proposed program or the proposed option by NMFS? A catcher vessel that might be, does it require the catcher vessel to have the EM system on their boat and operational, even if they're in a different directed fishery with a different gear type? And if they are in that different directed fishery and gear type, are they then also required to log into the odds system and carry an observer? And my follow-up question is really what happens to the data that's collected if they are required to operate that EM system in a different fishery? Are we then also doing data review for a fishery to which this program doesn't apply? Maybe just describe the kind of real world scenario of this proposal. That would help.
Thank you for the question. If I could like to call up Josh Keaton.
Good morning, Mr. Keaton.
Good morning. For the record, Josh Keaton with the Alaska Regional Office. So you're asking for like a realistic scenario of this trade-off on the vessel opt-in, opt-out. So how we're thinking about, we would discuss this in the analysis, is that this would apply to when you're pelagic pollock fishing. In other words, if you have opted in on the annual basis to operate in trawl EM, you would be required to take your EM when you were directed fishing for pollock. If you chose to deploy a non-pelagic trawl gear to say top off on cod or something like that, you would just be bound by the same retention requirements on the vet that are in the VMP. In other words, all that catch would come back to shore, be enumerated, counted, weighed. It is not intended to apply to trips that are non-pelagic. We did not assess that in the EFP. And so, there's still going to be the requirement to register in odds for the trip. And if you indicate that you're not going to pollock fish or whatever, then you would be in the partial coverage category. We do not intend to place partial coverage and EM on the same vessels in the same trip. Does that answer your question?
I think it does. Thank you. I just, when I read the slide, so Josh, does that mean if you then are going to be in a different directed fishery and you're logging into odds and you are getting selected for an observer, but you've still chosen to be in the EM program for your pelagic pollock fishery, are you carrying the camera and having it on and operating while you're in that other directed fishery? That's my main question.
Through the chair, the cameras are not required to be on non-EM trips. I think that answers that question. And this is what we're going to discuss because, I think in the trawl EM committee minutes and stuff, and when you get that report, there's this idea of a threshold. In other words, you would be required to keep your EM system on for, say, 50% of the trips, right? That would be assessed at the end of the year. If you did not meet that threshold, you may not be allowed to be in the EM program in the following year. In other words, we don't want to create another situation in which people are in the EM program and then not using it, right?
All right, thank you, Mr. Keaton.
For the record, my name is Melanie Rickett and I'm with National Marine Fisheries Service. Communications between vessels, shoreside processors, and shoreside observers are vital to ensuring unbiased observer data collection. Once the final haul has been retrieved, the vessel is headed into port. The fishing vessel will contact the shoreside processor with an estimated time of arrival and how much catch they have on board. This information is then shared with the shoreside observer so that they can be sure to include each vessel in their sampling selection. If the observer does not obtain the information, then they are not able to collect randomized unbiased samples and in some cases may completely miss sampling some landings. It is recognized early in the EFP that there was a communication gap in the GOA. Ultimately, vessels were asked to contact shoreside observers in addition to the shoreside processor and relay vital information. Under a proposed regulatory program, NMFS will establish a process in which vessel operators will notify observers at shoreside processing plants and the processor of pending offload. Through the collaborative process between primary investigators, agency staff, observer providers, and timely observer feedback, it was identified that the catch monitoring control plans or CMCPs in the Bering Sea were vital to observers being able to reach their sampling goals. So in B season of 2020, a catch handling plan was implemented in the Gulf of Alaska as part of the EFP. You can see the impact of the catch handling plans had for the observer metrics for B season of 2020. And it should also be noted that in 2021 through 2022, observers in both sectors fell short of their sampling goals due to some COVID-related issues. Had COVID not been a factor, we believe that all observers in both sectors would have been able to reach their sampling goals. What is a catch monitoring control plan? This is a plan submitted on an annual basis by the shoreside processing plant owners or managers that detail how processing plants will meet the catch monitoring and control standards that are determined by federal regulations. These plans will outline in detail how the fish will flow through the plant, how they are sorted, how they are weighed. These plans will also outline how and by what means the plant observer will communicate information regarding pending deliveries between the shoreside processor and the shoreside observer. It should be noted that the CMCP is a flexible tool that can be updated at minimum on an annual basis, and this will aid observers in collecting the necessary data throughout their assignment at the plants. During discussions at the Trawl EM Committee and FMAC meetings last week, it was identified that more outreach needs to be done specifically in the Gulf of Alaska shoreside plants, as implementing CMCPs may be a cost to them. This outreach will help industry prepare for any anticipated regulatory requirements regarding CMCPs. Currently, the Gulf of Alaska shoreside processors do not have CMCPs for pollock landings, but they do have CMCPs in place for rockfish. On this slide, you can see what data are currently collected by vessel observers and what data are collected by the shoreside observer under the current EFP. Shoreside observers are able to collect all the same data that vessel observers collect, but instead of collecting data at the hull level, shoreside observers are collecting trip level data. Some of the upcoming slides will address data-related concerns raised by the Ssc in February. It is also important to note that the agency will retain the right under a regulatory program to deploy observers on vessels as data needs arise. Here you can see the number of observers deployed into the field under status quo and the number of observers expected to be deployed at the shoreside processing plant under a proposed regulatory program. In the Bering Sea AFA plants under status quo, there's one observer deployed on each catcher vessel, and there are 2 observers assigned at the shoreside processing plant. For each pollock catcher vessel delivery, there are 2 observers available at any given time to monitor the line for salmon. It's important to note that the vessel observer follows the fish from the vessel into the plant for offload, and they monitor the salmon sorting lines. The shoreside observer under status quo does not collect any biological data from the offloads, as this is collected out at sea by the vessel observer under status quo. In the Gulf of Alaska, under status quo, there's 1 observer on the pollock catcher vessel and no observers at the shoreside processor. The vessel observer in the Gulf of Alaska also follows the fish from the vessel into the plant and monitors the salmon sorting belts, and they do this solo, unassisted by any other observers. To summarize, under the status quo, there are at least 2 observers available in the Bering Sea and 1 observer available in the Gulf of Alaska to monitor the salmon sorting belts at the processing plants, and no biological data are collected shoreside under status quo. Under the proposed regulatory program, there will be no observers on trawl EM vessels, and the salmon sorting duties will now fall to the shoreside observers. It is important to note that the salmon being the priority for the observers during pollock offloads, at least 1 observer must be monitoring the lines at all times. Therefore, in order for the shoreside observers to meet sampling goals, which include, under a proposed regulatory program, species composition, biological sampling, and monitoring of salmon, at minimum 2 observers are required at a processing plant for all trawl EM offloads. The number of observers required at a plant at any given time can be determined by the CMCP, which will be approved and reviewed on an annual basis by National Marine Fisheries. As Maggie already mentioned, EM is recording 100% of the time.
Ms. Rickett, I apologize before we move on.
Yep.
Ms. Kimball has a question.
I have a quick question. Thank you. On that range and the determination of the number of observers at the shoreside plant by the CMCP. So that is an individual short assessment, I guess, of what's needed at each individual plant. And that number wouldn't change for the year. You would be, I guess, told by National Marine Fisheries Service what is required for that level of sampling and be kind of affirmed that you have that number of observers are required for the year.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Yes, the number of observers at the shoreside processor are going to be determined by the catch monitoring control plans. So on an annual basis, the shoreside processors will propose how many individual observers they need at the plant to cover the required duties. And National Marine Fisheries will review that. The beauty of the CMCP is it's a collaborative process. So we can go in and we can walk the plants and have a discussion. And we can determine with them how many observers will be needed to cover all duties. So it's not in regulation, it will be in the CMCP. So as Maggie already mentioned, the EM is recording 100% of the time and is reviewed 100%. Under the proposed regulatory program, the observers at shoreside processing plants will sample 100% of the Bering Sea landings and 30% of the Gulf of Alaska landings. Tenders are currently included in the observer sampling scheme under the EFP. Observers will continue to monitor for PSC species such as salmon and halibut, and the shoreside processor will be sorting and weighing the crab and herring bycatch. Sampling rates are determined annually by Fisheries Monitoring and Analysis Division at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center through a collaborative process with their data users to identify the type and quantity and any other resolution of biological data that is needed. In 2022, the rate at which vessel observers were sampling was the same rate at which the observers under the EFP were sampling at the shoreside processor. The only difference is that the observers were collecting these data at a trip level, not a haul level. On this slide, you can see the side-by-side comparison of how many biological specimens were collected by vessel observers and how many were collected by shoreside observers. So for example, in the Gulf of Alaska, vessel observers collect 8 pairs of Pollock otoliths per sampled haul at sea. If there are 3 sampled hauls in one trip, then approximately 24 pairs of Pollock otoliths are collected at sea. Under the EFP, shoreside observers collect approximately 25 pairs of Pollock otoliths at the processing plant. Therefore, the sampling and number of specimens collected will be roughly the same. The same is true for the Bering Sea. Vessel observers collect 2 pairs of Pollock otoliths for every 5th sampled haul, and shoreside observers are being asked to collect 2 pairs of otoliths per offload. And it should be noted that the Fisheries Monitoring and Analysis Division can update the sampling effort requirements as data needs change. There has been no change to the way salmon PSC are calculated under this EFP, and no changes anticipated under a regulatory program. With the implementation of CMCPs at the Gulf of Alaska processing plants, it is expected that the salmon retention data collected by observers will be more precise. Discards are not allowed at sea, so observers can continue to collect salmon retention at the shoreside processing plants. In high salmon bycatch events, observers at the shoreside plants are instructed to prioritize salmon enumeration. With multiple observers assigned to the shoreside plants under the EFP, one observer will always be available to monitor the sorting belts for salmon, while the other observer can collect all the required biological information as outlined by the Fisheries Monitoring and Analysis Division. Any discard of salmon on a tender or CV is not permitted under the EFP. If there are large discard events such as squid, which may result in portions of the cod end being dumped, salmon can also be accounted for by using PSC rates based off of the total salmon counted by the observer at the shoreside processor and the catch delivered. In February of 2022, the SSC requested information on how trawl EM impacts stock assessments. Under status quo, at-sea observers collect data at a hull level. Under the proposed regulatory program, shoreside observers will collect data at the trip level. This may result in some loss of spatial and temporal resolution, but some of the data impacts can be mitigated with hull information from the logbooks. The Alaska Regional Office will work to link hull-specific information from logbooks with trip-level data collected by the shoreside observers. Trip-level information does not negatively impact the Pollock stock assessment at this time. Trip-level information for peacock, Pacific Ocean perch, and sharks will likely have little impact on the stock assessments. It has been identified that trawl EM may provide additional or new information for such scientists as shark scientists. Observers have a salvage permit for seabirds, and they are able to collect a whole carcass at sea if there are any encounters. With observers,
Ms. Rickett, I apologize. I missed a question from Ms. Kimball.
I'm sorry, I wasn't quick enough on your last slide. I think it's clear, and we heard previously from the Ssc, we're not concerned with losing the hull level information for stock assessments, but can you remind me, like in the fisheries that we're talking about, what are we losing, or what would we be affecting if we lose hull specific information in that first sub bullet? Given that this fishery is pretty consistent in where and when it fishes, I'm just trying to understand what the negative impact there might be.
okay, thank you through the chair. My understanding is we won't lose anything. So as I stated, the observers on the vessels are deployed with salvage permits, and they are able to collect specimen data from seabirds. With observers being moved to the shoreside processor, we are unable to collect any physical specimens at sea. However, through the EFP, it was identified that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has protocols for vessels to follow when seabirds are encountered. The video viewers may be able to also collect some images that can assist in species identification and some interaction types, but these may be limited by camera viewpoints or the size of the seabird. As observers move into shoreside processing plants and are removed from the vessel, the marine mammal data collection is limited. Electronic monitoring reviewers will still be able to collect some photographs and be able to identify some mammal species. Photos are the most common specimen type that observers collect currently, and some of that can be captured by the EM reviewers as well. The agency is in discussions with the Protected Resource Division and looking into options that may allow vessels to collect some of the data within federal regulations. It is also important to note that in the Bering Sea, observers are still deployed in the trawl catcher processor fleet, so not all marine mammal and seabird data will be lost in that sector. Under the EFP, observer feedback has been vital. The EFP principal investigators, agency staff, and observer providers met regularly on a weekly, if not bi-weekly basis to discuss issues as they arose. We have already covered the challenges regarding communications in an earlier slide, but it is important to note that the observer workload has also been a concern. Moving the biological data collection from the vessel observer to the shoreside observer has been an increasing of duties at the shoreside processor. Under the status quo, observers at shoreside plants do not collect biological data, as these data are collected out at sea by the vessel observer. And so we have been met with some logistical challenges. A good CMCP is the initial step in helping observers manage their workload by outlining the number of observers needed and by designating specific sampling areas and locations throughout the plant. Further exploration into electronic monitoring in the sorting areas at the shoreside processor may allow observers to leave the sorting line and better utilize their time and skills for future data collection needs. Under the proposed regulatory program, it is anticipated the PSC accounting will be more precise with the introduction of Pollock CMCPs in the Gulf of Alaska, and 100% video review in the Gulf of Alaska will also aid in this. There will now also be full enumeration on Pacific halibut in addition to the shoreside observers already collecting salmon retention data. If time and tasking allows, observers will also be able to monitor the enumeration of crab and herring as it is done by the shoreside processor.
All right, now we'll bring up Daryl Brannon, and he and I will discuss the RIR and cost elements and comparisons. So there are many uncertainties and challenges associated with estimating costs, both of electronic monitoring programs and at-sea observers. Some of these outlined here are, differing levels of participation, effort, scope, and program design specifics will entail different cost structures, and this impacts both the range of individual costs and the average costs per unit. Additionally, vessels that participate in this EM program, some of them participate in multiple programs. So some are in the West Coast Whiting EM program, some operate both in the Bering Sea and the Gulf, so costs can be spread across multiple areas. And then some vessels only participate in one area. We're also dealing with a multitude of different fishery operations. There's a rationalized program, there's raised fish, there's CVs delivering shoreside and tenders. So there's a lot of different fishery operations. And then there's uncertainties in terms of how effort levels may change based on future tax or changes in management. Also, we have proprietary cost information. So this requires rolling up to large cost categories and reporting kind of overall costs. And this applies both to EM costs and observer costs. And different companies have different cost models and cost structures. We reported the EM costs based on the reporting categories identified by the cost reporting subgroup. But despite those discussions, there may still be some nuances and differences in how each company defines each category and kind of which bucket they put which cost in. Additionally, the providers do not track costs in ways that allow parsing by alternative or option as set up in the analysis. So they don't track costs based on if a vessel's in the Bering Sea or the Gulf or a CV or a tender. And then, of course, as technology changes, costs will change. So some costs may decrease and others may increase. So it's kind of hard to determine what future costs may be. And of course, COVID also had an impact on costs, and how those may or may not carry forward into the future is uncertain. So because of these challenges and uncertainties, our approach for the cost analysis was to use the 2021 EM/EFP effort levels as kind of our baseline, and to estimate a range of costs that would be associated with at-sea observers for that fishing effort from the 2021 EFP. So this would be a proxy for alternative one. And these costs are based on costs reported in the Observer Program's annual report in 2020. And then we estimated a range of costs for the 2021 EM/EFP. So this would be a proxy for alternative two. And this includes EM costs that were reported by providers in those cost categories identified by the subgroup, as well as shoreside observer costs, which were estimated based on discussions with providers. And then we qualitatively describe comparisons and how costs may change, excuse me, with the potential regulated program. So for at-sea observer costs, we multiplied the sea days of all the EM trips in the EFP by the fully loaded sea day cost of an at-sea observer as reported in the 2020 annual report. We calculated sea days using two separate methods. So the first was our estimated days fished. And this assumed that one of the days that the vessel was gone on a trip, they did not harvest and retain catch. So for example, a trip that left on the 20th of a month and returned on the 22nd would be 2 days. And then we have another estimation method, which was those estimated days fished plus 1, which assumed that the vessel would harvest and retain catch every day. So for that same trip, this would be 3 days. We did have some more clarification through some of the committee discussion and later discussion with NIMS that this is likely an underestimate of fishing days. What we had as trip start is actually when fishing gear goes in the water, not when the vessel leaves. So a future version of this document will include a new estimate of days with that additional information. So for our at-sea observer costs in the full coverage category, this is the industry funded through a pay-as-you-go system. So fishing vessels procure observer services through NIMS permitted service providers. The average fully loaded cost per day for observer coverage in the full coverage category in 2020 was $375 in the annual report. The annual report also provides a daily rate for pelagic trawl CVs of $415. So we used those as a range for low and high costs, and then multiplied them by our estimated days fished to get a range of potential at-sea costs for those EM days in the full coverage category. For our at-sea observer costs in the partial coverage category, we looked at the target deployment rates since 2018. And in the trawl partial coverage strata, these have ranged from 16% to 30%. So we used that range. And then the average fully loaded cost per day, as reported in the annual report, was $1,309 in 2019 and $1,381 in 2020. So we used those as a range of costs and then multiplied them by either the 16% or 30% of the days to get an estimate, a range of estimates for that cost of at-sea observers in the partial coverage.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, Daryl Brannon. I'm going to walk you through the shoreside observer cost estimates next. And I'm going to begin with the full coverage shoreside plants and talk about them in two different categories. They're all AFA plants, but the AFA plants that are physically located in the Bering Sea and those that are located in the Gulf. You've already been given a brief presentation on the number of shoreside observers that would be required in the AFA and non-AFA, the full and partial coverage plants. Just to summarize, for the plants located in Dutch Harbor, Alaska, or Akitan, we estimated that there would be 3 to 5 observers required at those plants based on the CMCP that's developed annually. And that's to allow there to be 2 observers at the plant at any one time. Under the status quo, there were 1 to 2 observers plus the at-sea observer, and it was described how the at-sea observer followed the fish into the plant and provided additional support for the shoreside observers. AFA plants that are located in the Gulf of Alaska, and this is basically the King Cove and Sandpoint plants, are expected to also have increased shoreside observer coverage, though not the same level as in Dutch Harbor and Akitan, primarily because of the amount of fish that flow through those plants relative to the Dutch Harbor and Akitan plants. It's estimated that there would be 2 to 3 observers at those plants to cover the offloads. And as we indicated before, those will be defined in the CMCP. The last bullet of this slide shows that we expect the cost increase at the plant level. And recall, under the full coverage or pay-as-you-go plan, the observer, the shore plants would be paying for the observer coverage directly with the observer provider. This is expected to increase the cost for the plants that use observer coverage because they'll have more observer days that they must pay for on an annual basis. The analysis doesn't go into how exactly those increased costs for the shore plants and the cost savings for the vessels by not having to carry observers will end up being divided. We understand that in the AFA sector, the vessels and the processors have a good relationship. They've worked together for a long time in the Pollock fishery since AFA went into place. And there are likely to be negotiations probably on what the ex-vessel price is to determine how to divide up those costs. But we didn't get into that in the analysis, but we assume those discussions will take place. Again, we've already gone over much of this information that's in this slide with earlier part of the presentations. The plan operators contract directly with an observer provider. They negotiate the cost of the coverage between the plants and the observer providers. And as Anna indicated, in 2020, the average cost per day for at-sea cost was $375 per day. Based on discussions with observer providers and kind of starting with that rate of $375 per day, we made 3 estimates of what costs may be when the observer program or the EM program goes into place in 2024, which is the expected target date for implementation. And that date is critical because we expect that there will be funding through the EFP for 2023 that may very well end at the end of that year. And so if the program were not able to be in place by the start of 2024, it's uncertain whether there would be any EM available for this fleet. And there may be a lapse in EM opportunities for that year. The values are slightly higher than the $375 per day because in the shoreside part, we attempted to take into account increasing observer travel costs, tight labor markets, overhead costs, and general high inflation that's currently occurring. I also note that these values should be considered estimates and no specific value, either of the 3 values that we use, should be given a higher probability of occurring when the program is implemented in 2024, just because there's a lot of uncertainty in what's going to happen. Talking to the observer providers for the plants, in 2021, there were 1,588 observer plant days under the EM-EFP. And if you apply that number, multiply that number by the daily rate from high to low, it ranges from $608,000 to $688,000. Switching over to partial coverage shoreside plants. And these are primarily the plants located in Kodiak because the full coverage plants are the AFA plants and that covers all the other plants that we're taking deliveries under this program. As you've already been told, shoreside plants in the partial coverage categories under the status quo, no action alternative, do not have observers in the plants. It's the at-sea monitor, the vessel monitor that enumerates PSC and takes biological samples and does all the work that will be shifted over to the shore plant observer under the EM program. The plants are currently in the Gulf of Alaska under the partial coverage category are required to pay half of the current 1.65% observer fee assessed on the ex-vessel value of deliveries. The 1.65% fee funds both at-sea coverage, would cover both at-sea coverage under the proposed regulatory program and the shoreside monitoring. Currently, the 1.65% fee, because there are no shoreside observers under the status quo, only covers at-sea observer coverage. There's only one observer provider that has the contract with the National Marine Fisheries Service for the partial coverage fleets, and that contract expires in August of 2024. This creates another level of uncertainty of what future costs are going to be for shore plant observers in the Gulf of Alaska, in addition to all the other things we've talked about add on the complication that there will be likely a new contract in place in August of 2024. And we don't know what the parameters of that contract will look like, what the cost per day are going to look like resulting from that contract. As Anna indicated from the 2020 at sea day cost from the North Pacific Observer Program's annual report was $1,381 per day. And again, the issues of estimating the cost for shoreside observers in the Gulf is complicated because of confidentiality restrictions, uncertainty regarding actual costs. We didn't have, as analysts, we didn't have information on what the actual contract said the costs would be for shore plant observers in the Gulf of Alaska, whether they'll be compensated the same as at sea observers under the new program. There's just a lot of uncertainty about what the costs are going to be. So we ended up with a really broad range of cost per day, ranging from $500 to $1,600 per day. The $1,600 per day may be too high of an estimate. It was basically the $1,381 per day for the shore side, plus adding a little bit to account for inflation and uncertainty of how it may increase. During 2021, at the observer providers indicated that there were 548 observer days at shore plants in the GOA under the EFP. We did not attempt to project the number of days that would be needed under the regulated program, how many vessels would join, how many people would be involved, and what impact that would have on the number of shoreside observers that were actually needed. So using the daily rates that we estimated and the number of days from 2021 for shoreside observer days, we estimated a cost range of $274,000 to $877,000 for GOA shore plant observers or partial coverage shore plant observers.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brannon. I don't know quite how to ask, but I guess the question is it predetermined because the shoreside plants in the Gulf are partial coverage that the shoreside plant observer coverage would be covered by the fee? There's not a choice to be made there. Is that correct? And I'm not asking to softball this, but just thinking through the level of cost that you estimated compared to the pay-as-you-go costs in a situation now where we would understand exactly how many observers were needed and for exactly how much time, and they're not moving off and on boats. I'm trying to look for the cost effectiveness in using the fee for this particular portion.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, my understanding is that the cost or the 1.65% fee that's paid on the ex-vessel value would be used to pay for shoreside observers in the Gulf under the partial coverage category. It would pay for the shoreside observer coverage and the at-sea observer coverage. One question that we ask in the document is, under the EFP and in the Bering Sea, and I think my understanding is for the fixed gear fleet, that the plants pay for housing and food costs for observers at the shore plants. We asked the question in the analysis of whether that would be the intent under this program, whether those costs would come out of the 1.65% fee, or whether they would be paid for by the plants as an additional cost. The plants have to pay in addition to their observer, or the 1.65% fee that they pay. And so I'll leave it at that.
So this table 531 in the document shows the estimated EM costs, and these are divided into the cost categories that were identified and developed by the cost reporting subgroup. So we report the total costs for the 2021 Trolley M EFP by all of these cost categories. We also did include an average per unit cost, but based on the level of effort in the 2021 EFP, so by vessel, trip, haul, and day. But it's important to note that these average costs are really only applicable to this particular program under this level of effort with these design specifications. We did not use these average unit costs to then project to some future program with a different level of effort or different design, because that really wouldn't be an appropriate way to use these average unit costs. And while we didn't parse out the costs by specific area or CVs versus tenders, we do provide information regarding how the effort was proportioned in the 2021 EFP. But as you can see, there are some vessels that participate in both the Bering Sea and the Gulf, so it's difficult to kind of tease out which costs would be associated with which area. And additionally, the service providers mentioned that, you know, depending on the cost category, different variables affect how those costs scale. So some costs would scale more based on the combination of vessels and effort. Other costs are driven more by just effort. So trying to like back apportion these costs into the each alternatives just really wouldn't work based on just using these proportions. And as I mentioned before, there's a lot of uncertainties associated with costs. Some of these are associated with the characteristics of the fishery. Some are associated with the specific program design of the EM program. And there's also external costs that can change. So we didn't attempt to estimate the costs of an overall future program at a different scale with different design specifics. So these tables show the summary of these estimated costs. So the upper table would be the estimated costs associated with alternative 1. So this includes the partial coverage at sea observer cost, full coverage at sea observer cost, and the full coverage shoreside monitoring costs. And then the lower table are the estimated costs of the 2021 Trolley M EFP. So this would be associated with alternative 2. This includes those ongoing EM costs, partial coverage shoreside monitoring costs, as well as full coverage shoreside monitoring costs.
Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Henry. Just when I look at the expected EM costs under the partial coverage, it's a pretty broad range when looking at the other rows. With an implemented program, do that cost range narrow, or is there still a lot of uncertainty in that? And I guess my trying to figure out how does a budget get set up, or how do we project a budget, and what may be the missed opportunities if we're projecting, you know, higher costs, and what wouldn't we do? If that makes sense.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Marks, I believe those broad ranges fall in my section, so I'll attempt to talk about it a little bit. The other cost estimates are fairly close for everything except the partial coverage shoreside monitoring costs, and those are that broad range is primarily driven by me not having good information on what the actual cost per day for a shoreside observer would be in the partial coverage category. And the range was $500 to $1,600 per day. And I know there have been discussions by different individuals about, you know, what if the $1,600 per day is a realistic estimate, or if that was the bid by the person trying to get the contract, whether that bid may even be accepted. Is it considered reasonable? I think when the program is actually ready to go into place, probably the agency will have a better idea of what the actual number may be. There'll be a little bit more refinement, and there may be discussions with observer providers, or if you can't get a reasonable bid from an observer provider, then there may be a different way to structure providing coverage for the shoreside plants. Much of that goes well beyond my pay grade. And so I think the short answer is I think it'll be possible to tighten that range by the time the program goes into place. I can't give you exact specifics on how that might be done.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I guess I have a similar question then. I understand you had to do the estimated cost based on the current federal contract, the current range of effort. But we will be, I guess I'm looking for your confirmation, in a different federal contract by the time we get to this program? Or will we have the opportunity to pull out this bucket and structure the contract differently? Because requiring a number of observers to go on vessels with 3 days notice and bringing them into the community has got to be a very different cost than bringing, prior to the fishing season even starting, 3 to 5 observers into one area, one plant that they stay for a specified amount of time. That cost per day cannot be comparable. So how are we, maybe, and Jennifer's getting edgy over there, maybe we could get a little bit more clarity, because part of the whole impetus of this program is not just better data, but also cost efficiency. And I'm looking for any response to help us with getting there.
Good morning, Ms. Ferdinand.
Good morning. Through the chair, for the record, this is Jennifer Ferdinand. I'm the director of the Fisheries Monitoring and Analysis Division, and we administer the Observer Program and oversee the partial coverage observer contract. So to answer your question, Ms. Kimball, we'll start this regulated program with the existing observer provider. That contract doesn't expire until August 2024. It's a very large contract, and so it goes out on the street considerably early. I think we have over a year lead time in order to get the new contract in place. Although we cannot release the costs currently of what a shoreside observer costs under that contract, there is a different cost model for shoreside observers currently. It is not the fully loaded at sea day that's being demonstrated. So that, in fact, that cost in the annual report, the average cost of partial coverage observers does include some shoreside observers. So that cost structure is already different.
Thank you. Just to clarify that I understand. So our analysts didn't have they're not privy to that level of information. So they need to use the cost per day that they see on average in the annual report, which is not targeted toward what shoreside coverage might cost in the Gulf. So I'm just trying to understand how overestimated or underestimated these might be.
Right, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that's correct, that the analysts don't have access to the shoreside daily costs under the observer contract because of confidentiality reasons.
Please continue.
So some of the conclusions for these cost estimates is that there is expected overall cost savings with EM. The exact difference is uncertain, and it is likely larger than those estimated in the document due to the way that we estimated fishing days for at-sea observers. And it's difficult to parse out these cost savings by sector. There may be potential changes in the distribution of costs associated with those costs that were at-sea observers, which would be accrued to the vessels, versus costs that are now shoreside monitors. And these distributional changes will differ by sector, whether it's the pay-as-you-go observers or those covered by the observer fee. Also, as we've said many times, the future costs are uncertain, and these can vary based on the specifics of the program design, the scope of the program and scale of the program, how much flexibility is built into the program, and the structure of future contracts.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And thanks, Ms. Henry and Mr. Brandon, for a really good walkthrough on the RAR. As I was listening, I was thinking a little bit about what this program means in terms of pretty dramatic change in terms of how we use observers, both in terms of the cost structure of a observer per day, as Ms. Kimball described really well, but equally, I think, and this is where I need to check, also efficiency of use of observers. Have we looked at whether this will end up requiring fewer observers or fewer observer days per year under the new structure than the existing structure? In other words, will there be less of a drain on the observer pool with this approach than there is under the current? In the full coverage category, I should say. I'm not asking about the partial coverage category, just the full coverage.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Twite. So the question is whether this will reduce at-sea observers in the full coverage category?
Does it take fewer observers to do the catch monitoring on shore than it has taken to do the catch monitoring at sea under the status quo in the full coverage program?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, when we looked at the information, the estimated number of fishing days and trips by port, and talked about this, I talked about it in very general terms. Assuming, say, there's 100 fewer observers at sea. I think there was 120 some observers in 2021, or 100 and some catcher vessels operating these fisheries, both partial coverage and full coverage in 2021. And looking at the increased number of shoreside observers, there's probably, I think I estimated we could save maybe 100 observers at sea, switching vessels from 100 observers at sea need 100, I'm not saying this very well, 100 fewer observers needed on vessels at sea, and there would be a potential increase of approximately maybe 20 observers at shore plants. Certainly depends on the length of the fishing season for at sea and the length of processing at the shore plants. And there's a lot of variables that we don't know exactly who might join the EM program and who may not. And all those factors will go into play. But I did not try and calculate exactly how many days might be saved at sea and how many additional days would be at shore plants. I could put a little bit more work into that for the next draft, but my assumption is that there would be days of savings for observer days by removing more observers off at sea vessels and having fewer observers at the plants, even though they may work more days at the plants.
Thank you, Mr. Brandon. I think it might be worth a little bit of additional look, and it doesn't have to be precise. But I think the way you described it was that there's going to be a measurable, it's highly likely, particularly assuming pretty high adoption of EM in the full coverage fleet, where every indication we have so far is that it'll get pretty universal acceptance in the full coverage fleet for this fishery. And then your point that it probably will be a very discernible difference in numbers of observers overall. I think there's two salient points that come out of that. One is that it's also a measurable difference then in the cost apportionment between harvesters and processors. In other words, a pretty significant cost, even though they both technically contribute equally to the full coverage costs. But there is a significant movement of costs there between one sector to another that's measurable. And that's probably worth some better attempt to understand that. And the other reason I think it might be worth looking at is we've heard, not necessarily in connection with this action, but at other times, both the council and also the Fishery Monitoring Advisory Committee have heard projections from the observer providers of impending shortages or scarcity of observers and difficulty in recruiting, as well as some of the things that make retention difficult. And so to the extent that observer supply remains an ongoing concern, an action that has a measurable impact on our demand for observers, on our need for observers, is probably worth looking at from that standpoint as well. And I don't know if any of the individual observer provider companies have raised this as a salient point in connection with this action or not. It may be that when you take it to the company level, it's not that measurable and it's not as much of an issue as I'm thinking about. But it seems to me that given the cautions we've heard from the providers in the past, actions that we take to potentially reduce the demand for observers when observer supply is tight might be viewed as beneficial as well. So those are the two thoughts I had on that.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, certainly will attempt to look at those issues. And we have had some discussions with each of the observer providers. And, I think there's different levels of concern about being able to access observers and to hire enough observers, depending on the companies you talk to. But we can include some more of that in the analysis. In terms of differentials and cost for the the at-sea and shoreside, just a reminder that for the partial coverage fleet, everybody pays their portion of the 1.65%. So the costs aren't going to change. What will change is, depending on the cost of the program, how the annual deployment plan divides up the money that's available. If there's savings under this program and there's more money available, that may allow either higher coverage rates in the trawl sector or higher coverage rates in some other sector. Those are the benefits and savings that you'll see from the partial coverage category. In the full coverage category, as I talked about with Ms. Kimball, there is the differential cost between that the shore plants will be paying under the pay-as-you-go program and they will be paying at sea. There'll be savings at sea, increased costs for the shore plants, and how they divide that up is uncertain. And we recognize that they've worked together for a long time, and we assume they'll sort that out somehow, but we don't know exactly how.
And I think that's probably the most illustrative is in the full coverage. So that's why I'm sort of suggesting the most attention. And it doesn't need to solve it, but I think it should make it clear that the council was aware in adopting this program that they were affecting the balance of payments between the two. So.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you both. I'm on the summary of estimated cost slide on slide 50, and I think it's clear there's a cost savings when you combine both areas. And I'm really trying not to repeat any of what Mr. Twite just said, but could we say, is it fair to say we're uncertain we will see a cost savings in the Gulf under these estimates? We will certainly see increased coverage because we'll now have 100% coverage on all of these vessels, and clearly a lot of coverage at the shoreside processing plants. So the data gains are clear, but we're uncertain we actually get a cost savings at this point.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, I think you said that very well. There are definitely expected increase or improvements in like salmon bycatch accounting and other species accounting in the Gulf of Alaska. Given the really broad range of cost estimates that we have in the analysis, it's not clear whether there'll be cost savings or certainly as great a cost savings as will likely be realized in the Bering Sea.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And at the risk of just pounding that nail further into the ground. And equally, there may be differences when you look at that level between the Western and the Central Gulf. Is that also correct? And so that what we're thinking of it as Gulf-wide may even be somewhat problematic, that there's actually potentially different responses in terms of cost efficiency between the Western and Central Gulf. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, I think that's potentially true. when you think about the Western Gulf plants, and it depends, the Western Gulf plants that we typically think of are located in King Cove and Sandpoint under this program. They're AFA plants. They're in the full coverage category. And so they'll be doing the pay-as-you-go for a shore plant observer coverage. And depending on how many observers are required at the plant on an annual basis through the annual CMCP structure, and how many of the vessels are in the EM program, there could be cost differentials in terms of the Central Western Gulf. There's also the issue of, and I can't verify it, but just talking to knowledgeable individuals within the industry, it may be more likely that there are more vessels join the EM program and tenders in the Western Gulf than, depending on decisions the council make in terms of whether it's a annual opt-in or some percentage of trips opt-in or trip by trip opt-in, how many vessels in the Central Gulf may opt into the program. And so there are those differential effects that we can talk about qualitatively, probably more in the analysis, and help to highlight those without coming to a bright line conclusion on exactly what the cost differentials will be.
All right, looks like we're ready to move on.
And I just have a couple more slides. And most of this information you've already received from the National Marine Fisheries Service. And so I'm not going to bore you with rehashing it all. But basically, this slide says that under the status quo, the no action alternative, we're not, and the EM program, we're not changing the way that we account for salmon PSC. Under EM, we expect there will be improvements, and it's not because we're changing the way the salmon accounting occurs, but I have 5 bullets that I just want to touch on, and they've kind of already been highlighted under the National Marine Fisheries Service portion of the EA report, but I just want to highlight them again because we do expect there to be benefits of this program in terms of PSC accounting of salmon. And the first is, if the program is extended to the tender vessels, we expect there'd be reduced extrapolation of salmon bycatch estimates from sample tender vessels across that strata. I know you've heard talk about whether, if there's a lot of salmon sampled on one tender trip, how that gets extrapolated across the fleet. That wouldn't occur under this program because the accounting would occur at the shore plant when the tender delivers. Ensuring at-sea discards do not occur by having greater coverage of the CV deck than one observer can provide. You saw photos of how the cameras would be set up on the decks of the vessel. The cameras can see all angles of the deck and the nets. One observer can't be every place at once, so we expect there to be better coverage, just ensuring that there are no discards occurring at sea. There's be increasing the percentage of the partial coverage trips that are monitored for discards or retention at sea, is because we assume that there will be vessels that are using EM, especially in the partial coverage category. So there'll be more observing through the EM monitoring to ensure that at-sea discards do not occur. And we know that all EM trips will have 100% EM review for discards. And so once the disk drive or whatever mechanism is used to transmit the video to the reviewer, all of that will be reviewed to ensure that there were no at-sea discards. And finally, the full enumeration of salmon bycatch at the plan on a larger percentage of partial shoreside deliveries. Under the 2001 ADP, it was the projected, or the goal was 16% coverage. Under EM, the shoreside plant coverage was 30%. Just the higher coverage rates results in less extrapolation of salmon bycatch rates to unobserved trips. And finally, I wanted to put together
a quick question for Ms. Campbell.
I'm sorry, I have a question, but it's not about this. So I don't know if it's the right time to ask, but it's back on slide 46. It's actually something that Ms. Henry presented, and I didn't. Am I reading this correctly that we, in 2021, the cost per fishing day under the EFP was $101?
Through the chair, Ms. Campbell, yes, that's correct. That would be the estimated average cost per day of the total ongoing costs. That doesn't include the one-time equipment costs.
So would there be a possibility that this fleet could contract directly under a pay-as-you-go model with a service provider to just do the maintenance, upkeep, and data review? And I'm talking about the fleet in the Gulf of Alaska that is going to potentially still be under the partial coverage category.
Through the chair, Ms. Campbell, I think the specifics regarding the costs of the ongoing service provider fees and maintenance, we'll get into a little bit later. The Trolley EM committee had some discussion about how that would work and whether that should be accrued to the fee versus a cost that the vessels pay directly. So can we wait till the committee report for that?
Oh, I really, really, really want to talk about it, but I can wait.
And Mr. Chairman, Ms. Campbell, and I may be dense, but this cost is just for the EM portion. It doesn't include like the shoreside observer costs that are included in that. Okay. Safety. The safety of the fishing industry is really one of the utmost importance in all the programs that we do. Even though the Pollock fishery is relatively safe by Alaska standards, it's still a challenging work environment. And one of the benefits of the EM EFP is that we move some of the sampling duties from the vessels to a stable and safe platform where the on shore where the observers can carry out their duties. Looking a little bit more in detail at the accidents or fatalities, the incidents or fatalities that occurred in the Pollock fishery in the North Pacific, we requested that NIOSH provide us information from the commercial fishing incident database, and they track incidents and fatalities back to 2003. And that database indicated there were 9 reported incidents in the North Pacific Pollock fisheries. The most recent incident occurred in 2018. And since we're focusing on the impacts on observers in this program primarily, it noted that there were 2 fatalities for at-sea observers over this time period. However, both the fatalities occurred while the vessel was actually moored at the dock and not occurring at sea. And so that's just kind of a summary of safety, because that's always an important issue.
So this slide just kind of highlights some of the outstanding policy decisions associated with the program. One of which we've discussed and will discuss more with the committee report is the opt-in timing for vessels in the Gulf of Alaska. And kind of at one end of the range, there's the annual opt-in, and at the other end of the range is the trip-by-trip opt-in, and that there are trade-offs between the flexibility to the vessels and the cost efficiency of the program. Another outstanding policy decision is the responsibility for the cost of food and lodging for shoreside observers. The use of the partial coverage fee to cover this would be consistent with how the fixed gear EM program works. And then the cost burden for the EM service provider fees and overhead equipment maintenance and upkeep, and the use of the partial coverage fee for that would be consistent with the fixed gear EM program. Also, there's still some work to be done regarding the structure of the performance standards for Gulf trip limits and MRAs. And then additionally, if a preliminary preferred alternative could be selected, and we note that nothing identified in the analysis suggests excluding any sector from this program. And finally, I just want to thank that we've had many contributors involved in this project and this analysis. A lot of agency staff participated and contributed sections. And additionally, we've had a lot of involvement from stakeholders and industry groups. Service providers helped provide a lot of information. The PIs on the EFP have been very helpful. And so a lot of people have spent a lot of time on this program and this analysis. So we just want to thank everybody who's been involved.
Any final questions before we move into the EM committee report? All right, thank you. And we're due for a morning break here before too long. I see there's a number of slides here. Are you going to go through all of them? Okay. Sometimes the presentations contain additional slides. Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. Come back at 10:15. council please come back to order? Okay, now we will have Miss Anna Henry go through all of the remaining Trawl EM committee report slides.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Anna Henry, council staff. As you have noted, the Trawl EM committee had very detailed discussion on this analysis. So there are a lot of slides and topics that they discussed, and I will go through them all. So the first issue that was discussed by the Trawl EM committee was the opt-in timing for EM for Gulf Pollock participants. The committee spent significant time discussing these provisions, noting that this is a challenging issue and supports ongoing work to identify acceptable strategies. The committee noted that the specific requirement for opt-in timing is a policy call with trade-offs in terms of flexibility, efficiency, and costs. The most flexible provision for participants is the trip-by-trip opt-in, and the least flexible provision would be the annual opt-in. This would be more predictable and less costly for the observer program. However, it would reduce operational flexibility for vessels and may result in low participation in the EM program for vessels in the Central Gulf. The Alaska Groundfish Data Bank presented data on trends of vessel participation in EM in the Central Gulf, and changing dynamics in the fishery have led to decreased participation in EM, and the potential that the annual opt-in requirement would lead to reduced participation from those vessels in the Central Gulf. So the committee discussed the differences in participation among the various sectors and recommended that more discussion be added to the analysis regarding the different incentives for vessels to participate in EM based on operational specifics in the regulatory structures in the Bering Sea, the Central Gulf, and the Western Gulf. A potential opt-in requirement for a threshold of trips was proposed, and this represents a compromise between the annual opt-in and the trip-by-trip opt-in. So this would allow vessels to opt into EM on less than an annual basis, but would require a commitment that a certain percentage of their trips above a specified threshold would be EM trips. 50% was the example used in the committee discussion. And the committee recommended that industry specify in writing potential options for opt-in requirements that present this middle ground on flexibility, such as a range of thresholds or percent of trips that must be EM, and that these are analyzed in the next draft of the analysis, including the potential impacts on which vessels choose to participate in the program. The next topic discussed was the specific provisions for tender EM vessels. So they focused a lot on the specific provisions for tenders that are offloading split trips. And the committee discussed a provision that plants taking split tender trips would require 100% observer coverage. And so therefore they would need to opt in or somehow indicate their intention to receive split trips as part of their catch monitoring control plan by October of the prior year. The committee recommended adding to the analysis a discussion of the cost implication of this 100% observer requirement, including the impacts on other partial coverage sectors. The committee stressed that the EM program should not impact patterns of deliveries, recognizing that there should be minimal disruption to processor-dependent communities. The next topic discussed were vessel performance standards for Gulf Pollock trip limits and MRAs. So there are two options for these proposed in the regulatory Trawl EM program. And the committee did not recommend the first option that would exempt participating Trawl EM vessels from MRAs and trip limits, with the council conducting a reevaluation of these exemptions every 3 years. So the committee discussion focused on the second option, which would exempt participating Trawl EM vessels from MRAs and trip limit regulations and require participation in flexible industry-run plans that would function similar to the vessel performance standards that have been utilized in the EFP. The committee recommended that the document clarify that in the Bering Sea, this would be a separate incentive plan and would not be an additional element to the existing salmon incentive plan agreements to avoid any potential disruption of salmon performance standards. And any vessel performance standards should be implemented in the inter-co-op agreement so that all vessels are managed consistently and should give the co-ops the flexibility to design the most effective plans. The committee discussed that in the Gulf, there is support for the way the performance standards are functioning under the EFP, and recommended that the next version of the analysis describe the structure more specifically, with the goal that the regulations require the development of a singular incentive plan to avoid exceeding trip limits, and that vessels would be required to agree to the incentive plan in order to participate in EM. The next discussion focused on monitoring requirements for processors. The committee agreed that catch monitoring and control plans are necessary to ensure shoreside sampling goals are met. The committee recommended that NMFS staff do outreach in plants without existing CMCPs to discuss expectations, including requirements for observer sampling areas, to ensure that observers have adequate platforms and tools to perform sampling duties. The committee suggested more discussion be added to the analysis of the potential costs associated with CMCPs, particularly costs associated with slowing down the sorting line in the context of a race for fish, recognizing that each individual plant is unique and some may incur higher costs than others. The committee requested the council indicate a policy position regarding the responsibility of the cost of food and lodging for shoreside observers. Under the EFP, processing plants have borne these costs, but it may be covered by the observer fee under a regulated program to maintain consistency with existing regulations. The committee also requested clarification in the analysis on the expectations for the timing of final fish tickets, as well as sorting landings to species and whether subsamples would be adequate. Next, the committee discussed biological sampling, and the committee emphasized that the trawling program is not expected to impact the stock assessments or harvest policy and management advice coming out of the stock assessments. The committee discussed the specifics regarding the agency's authority to deploy observers on vessels that are using EM systems. And they noted that if this was a regular deployment, the council would approve it under the annual deployment plan. And if it were a special project outside of the ADP, the agency would cover the costs because it would be collecting information other than catch and bycatch. The committee discussed salmon accounting improvements and emphasized that salmon retention remains the priority for observers at the plant and the EM reviewers, and highlighted that the EM program improves salmon accounting in two important ways. The first is including tenders in the program allows for full enumeration of salmon at the plants rather than relying on extrapolation of at-sea samples. The second is that EM systems and EM video review on 100% of the trips, combined with post-trip selection for shoreside monitoring in the Gulf, removes the potential for observer effects. The committee discussed the collection of data on species that EM doesn't capture, such as seabird and mammals, discussing some of the limitations of data collection in the EM systems, such that EM can only review what is inside the camera frame and physical specimens cannot be collected. The committee recommended continued collaboration with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and NMFS Protected Resources regarding what data crew may be able to collect, recognizing there will be different requirements for seabirds and marine mammals, and to ensure that crew has clear instructions and expectations and proper training. The committee discussed stock assessment data stream updates. So under the EM program, data that was previously collected at the individual tow level by at-sea observers is now collected at the trip level by shoreside observers. And the committee emphasized that the analysis shows this will not negatively impact stock assessments. NMFS is in the process of building an automated program to compare discard estimates between logbooks and EM review. And the committee supports this to encourage efficient data comparisons to allow for timely accounting of discards, recognizing that the EM program allows for each discard event to be accounted to the specific trip and co-op, which creates a new level of urgency of timeliness in the data reporting. So the committee discussed funding for EM video review and explored options of calculating the Bering Sea EM review fee based on either a percentage of the vessel's initial AFA Pollock allocation or the actual catch in the year prior. And more discussions with stakeholders are necessary to determine which of these approaches is supported. Understanding that while actual catch may be preferred, this may delay the process, making it more difficult to meet a deadline of the first quarter of the following year.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And I'm not sure this is a question on the actual committee recommendations since you're going to explore more options, but that Bering Sea EM review fee is not a fixed fee. It's not in the sense of our partial coverage observer fee. It's just the direct costs of EM review. So unlimited fee, but paying for direct cost of review each year.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, correct. I believe that's the actual costs for video review of EM in the Bering Sea, but then how those costs would be apportioned out would be either under this based on either the actual catch of the year prior or the proportion of initial Pollock allocation.
And just to clarify, and that's a policy call or decision point for the council at final action?
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Henry. Can you refresh my memory? Is it predetermined that the Bering Sea EM review would be through a federal contract, or is there an option still that it could be done like we do with the human observers through a permitted provider?
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven. As currently structured, it's through a federal contract because the agency is the client of that review data. And maybe someone from the observer program might be better suited to discuss the specifics of that.
Thank you. For the record, this is Jennifer Ferdinand. Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, we would want to keep the EM review under either a grant or contract with the federal government, as Ms. Henry noted. That way, the agency is the client of the data coming in, and that prevents us from having to stand up a separate and more costly audit process. So, if there was a direct client and relationship between a vessel and an EM reviewer, we would want to essentially debrief that data and do quality controls that are far in excess of what we have to do right now when we have the direct relationship with right now it's specific states that's doing it for us.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll just take advantage of both the question and having Ms. Ferdinand at the table to ask sort of a follow-up to that. As I understood then, Ms. Ferdinand, as I understood your answer to Ms. Vanderhoven's question, the agency right now is very satisfied with the current data reviewer, both in terms of quality, in terms of quality, timeliness, and cost effectiveness, and doesn't. So I'm assuming that also means that you're not really looking to change that.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Twite. Yes, that's correct. We're very pleased with the level of quality of the information and the timeliness of the information that we're getting from Pacific States. I will note right now, Pacific States does the EM review for the agency for the fixed gear fleet under a grant. And those data are just sent directly to us after they've been translated into usable data from imagery. And so that's transmitted directly to the observer program to be put into the feeds. The trawl EM data review is currently being done by either Pacific States or Saltwater directly under contract with the principal investigators or the permit holders. And so that's right now separate from the agency.
Appreciate that, but just to be clear that under then the implemented program, it would actually be an agency function to work directly with Pacific States.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. We would use the same model we have for fixed gear EM because that's working and is cost effective and the data is very good.
Thanks. Appreciate that. I think there is among the industry that's directly engaged in EM right now. I think your assessment is correct. There's a pretty high degree of comfort with that. And I'm glad to hear the agency has no data quality concerns. I think that's good as well.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kind of following along with Mr. Twite's question. I guess I wasn't aware that Pacific States was who was handling that for you at this point. And knowing that the West Coast Observer Program is also ramping up electronic monitoring and they're using Pacific States, I guess I'm just looking to clarify if you've had any conversations with Pacific States about their capacity going forward with both programs being added in.
Through the chair, thanks for that question, Ms. Vanderhoven. And I'll actually cover that a little bit more in the annual report. So, okay, you can wait. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ferdinand. All right, please continue.
So the next issue that the committee discussed was approaches for the EM contract with the service provider for video review. And NIMS provided an informational discussion of potential vehicles for contracts for EM video review, as outlined in the analysis. There was discussion that participants would like to maintain flexibility to select providers and reviewers competitively, while also acknowledging that there may be a trade-off between this flexibility and cost efficiency. The committee approves how this approach has functioned under the EFP and encourages continuing that approach. The committee also discussed differences in cost models between the fixed gear and trolley EM programs, specifically as they related to cost categories 1, service provider fees and overhead, and 2, EM equipment maintenance and upkeep. And the committee recommended more discussion in the analysis of how cost burdens between fixed gear and trolley EM are related. The committee had reviewed the cost elements and comparisons and had the following recommendations. 1, to review the turnaround time between trips for observers in the Bering Sea to determine whether the cost estimates for at-sea observers using that fishing days +1 estimate may be underestimating costs. To provide more discussion of the incentives for each sector to participate in the trolley EM program. To include additional specifics regarding new shoreside costs and the potential redistribution of those costs, and to discuss discrepancies between cost burdens and incentives in fixed gear and trolley EM, and specify what annual costs are borne by vessels that participate in both programs. And then finally, the committee also provided the following comments and recommendations. To clarify in the analysis that any vessel can use a NIMS approved electronic logbook, including those already approved or any that are approved in the future. Additional discussion in the analysis of how vessels may be able to re-enter the program after being removed. Emphasizing the importance of communication and successful implementation of the program, including feedback with vessels and providers on what they need to communicate, as well as with processors. And recommending the creation of a subgroup to discuss improvements in feedback mechanisms in the EM service provider portal. And the committee appreciated the quality of the initial review draft, reflecting all the work the trolley EM committee has done and the extensive collaboration and involvement of the PIs, Julie Bonney, Ruth Christensen, and Charlotte Levy, and appreciates the extent to which the initial review relies on non-regulatory tools to achieve council objectives. The committee also got an update for NIFWIF grant applications for the final year of the project. You heard about these in the B reports, so I won't go over this, but the committee recommended supporting the proposals. And then finally, the committee discussed scheduling and other issues. The committee emphasized the importance of maintaining a timeline of final review for October 2022 to meet the goal of implementation of a regulated program in January 2024. This requires consistent work after final action, including additional steps that must be met by October 2023, such as vessel opt-in and CMCP approval. And the committee noted that if during the completion of the analysis, additional issues arise that require a committee meeting, they tentatively identified September 20th as a potential meeting date to review the analytical draft and provide comments prior to the council's final review. If that meeting is not required, the next committee meeting would occur after the October council meeting to discuss future work and the role of the committee moving forward. There was discussion that the future version of the committee may cover EM issues more broadly than trawl EM, and consistent recognition that the collaborative approach has been key to the effectiveness of this committee and that that model should be maintained. That concludes the Trolley M committee report.
All right, thank you, Ms. Henry. To the committee chair to provide any additional comments.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I was actually going to do this sort of in the form of a question to Ms. Henry, but I can just do it as a comment instead. I just wanted to, Ms. Henry covered everything else really, really well. I just wanted to really call the council's attention to those, the last two sort of sub bullets there about both the committee's thoughts, but equally some of the other stakeholders who've been integrally involved in development of EM and the fixed gear fleet. Have a sense that, well, I think everybody understood the narrowing of the focus on EM to trawl to get this up and running, to get this to this point, sort of a growing concern and understanding that many of the things that trawl EM was doing also reflect back into the fixed gear world and how the fixed gear is continuing to adopt and implement EM. And so there's what we've been hearing, and I think Ms. Kimball's may have been hearing this some at PCFMAC as well, but we've been hearing this at FMAC and Trawl EM, an interest in having a standing group that addresses of stakeholders to work with the agency and the council to just continue to address issues of adoption and implementation of EM to just continue to work towards our goals of having EM available as a tool to both expand the scope of our overall fishery monitoring efforts, but as also as a cost control tool and as a tool as well for improving the accuracy in some cases of our catch monitoring work. And so there's the sense that instead of having it remove the trawl from it, but there's some interest at, certainly at the direction of the council to continue a group similar to the group we had both for fixed gear and for trawl for EM, but just broadly comprised at this point of folks to continue to work the EM issues that would then allow the PCFMAC to focus on some of the larger issues in the partial coverage, many of the other issues, as well as at the FMAC to allow those to focus more broadly but provide some of the people with real subject matter expertise in EM there, a place to continue to work with us. So I don't think the council needs to make a decision yet, but I think it would behoove the council to think about where we want to go with this challenge in the near future. And again, just thank Ms. Henry for all of her work and in particular for demonstrating that one doesn't have to be named Sarah in order to be an outstanding analyst.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just had a couple additional questions after listening to all the presentations for maybe Anna, maybe other staff, but I wanted to get some clarification on the kind of the fate of the Gulf plants, King Cove and Sandpoint plants, and where they fall in terms of costs being attributed to the observer fee versus also taking some small portion of AFA deliveries, which we know is in pay as you go. So if you could just explain NMFS's at least assumption or recommendation in this analysis for their situation and whether they're in pay as you go or whether they're covered under the fee.
And thank you through the chair, Ms. Kimball. For the record, Josh Keaton, NOAA Fisheries. So this was a topic of conversation at the Trawl EM committee. So I think this is timely to talk about this here. In the analysis, there was an assumption made that if you were a catch share processor, in other words, you participate in AFA, then you were pay as you go. However, we talked extensively about the Western Gulf of Alaska plants, the small plants that operate there that do AFA as well. And so in the further analysis, it's an equity issue, right? If they're paying the fee and partial coverage, right, should they get the observer the same coverage or how it gets paid for as a fixed gear program or the Kodiak vessels. So what we will do in the analysis is further explain that model. What we don't want to have happen is a processor taking, say, catch share fisheries in a day and a partial coverage delivery, for lack of a better word, in the day, and billing differently, right? That becomes a little bit complicated because are you a full coverage observer or are you a partial coverage plan observer? So we will discuss that more frequently, or more in detail. But right now, we are acknowledging that to add those small plants that operate in both to try to specify out. They do operate at different times. It really is part of those uncertainties that Anna talked about, their delivery patterns when they're operating in the full coverage fishery versus those. So we will try to tease those out and, put EM in one category and full coverage in the other. Does that answer your question?
I think so. Thank you, Mr. Keaton. Just to confirm, since if this goes through, the next time we would see this would be final action. And so will we have the opportunity, I guess, or do you need further direction from the council that at final action, we would be able to make a choice that those plants, because they're paying the partial coverage fee, get that fee used for their Gulf Pollock deliveries in this EM program. And then while they're taking AFA deliveries are in pay as you go as they are today. I want to ensure we're not missing an opportunity to make that choice or at least have that on the record so we understand what we're doing.
Yeah, and through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that would be a policy call for the council to make, and we would outline the document per the discussion in the Trolley M committee and here at the council in a way to give you those options.
And another question, there was a number of recommendations from the Trolley M committee detailed. And I just was having trouble getting a sense of, the importance of staying on this time frame is clear. Are these recommendations things that the staff can accommodate for the final action draft? Or are there some things to highlight for the council that staff do not think could be accommodated in that time frame? I could not tease that out myself by going through the presentation.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I don't think anything was identified by the Trolley M committee that would require analysis that would somehow shift the timeline.
And through the chair, I would concur, looking at the request through the SSC, through the discussion here at the council, and through the Trolley M committee, FMAC, and various committees that have performed, the list of things that are look to be doable for the summer, to be on track for October.
Any further questions? All right, thank you. So is it Enforcement Committee next?
Yeah, we can do the Enforcement Committee or the portion of the FMAC that involved Trolley M.
Call the ball.
Ms. Cleaver.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Sarah Cleaver, one of the aforementioned Sarahs on council staff. I'm the council staffer for the Fishery Monitoring Advisory Committee and just presenting the Trolley M portion of the FMAC committee report. So that committee report, it might also be posted under C4, but I know that it is posted under C5, and the rest of that report will be taking under agenda item C5. So the FMAC had its meeting, its annual meeting last week on June 1st. And because the Trolley M committee met the day before and was provided with the full presentation of the analysis at its May 31st meeting, the presentation to the FMAC was really focused on the role and the costs of shoreside observers within the Trolley M program. So there was significant committee discussion about the range that was used for the estimate of the per day cost of shoreside observers for the partial coverage plants in the Gulf of Alaska, and that was that $500 to $1,600 estimate that Mr. Brandon was discussing with you earlier. The committee members of the FMAC were questioning the high end of that range of those cost estimates and noted that that would be untenable if it were realized. The committee discussion also highlighted the need for an estimate of what the trawl EM program will cost in partial coverage fees. Ms. Henry highlighted some of the outstanding policy decisions on her slides earlier that are on the program design that would still need to be made before determining how the trawl EM program draws funds from observer fees. There was also some desire from the committee for more information in the analysis on the distributional impacts across sectors, and specifically the committee questioned how the expected overall cost savings from the trawl EM program, and that's, as Ms. Kimball indicated earlier, that's when you combine the Gulf and the Bering Sea costs. That's that estimate for cost savings is when you combine those right now. And how that cost savings would accrue to the shoreside plants, and what portion would be paid directly by the plants and what portion would be covered by the partial coverage observer fees. There was also some discussion about who should be paying the fees for equipment system maintenance. So this discussion wasn't about the costs for equipment, just the ongoing system maintenance. And this was one of the outstanding policy decisions that was highlighted earlier in the trawl EM presentation. And so one member of the committee noted that they didn't think that the catcher vessels in the partial coverage category should have to pay the fee for their equipment because they're already paying their portion of that 1.65% fee. And under the fixed gear program, the partial coverage fee covers those costs. So there was a committee recommendation that the Gulf of Alaska partial coverage trawl CVs be treated the same as the fixed gear EM participants, in that the fee would pay for the costs associated with the service provider fees, as well as for the overhead and the EM maintenance and upkeep. So under that committee recommendation, the vessels in the catch share programs would still be required to pay directly, so pay as you go and not use the fee revenues. That was the main recommendation, or the one recommendation that came out of the FMAC's discussion on this. Everything else fell under kind of some lengthy discussion that's further highlighted in the FMAC report. But that's what I have for you on this portion.
Thank you, Ms. Cleaver. Committee co-chairs, anything to add? Okay, any questions on the report? Thank you, Ms. Cleaver. So next we'll go to the Enforcement Committee report, and Nathan Lagerway will provide that. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman, council members. For the record, my name is Nathan Lagerway. I'm the Office of Law Enforcement Alaska Division Director and Co-Chair on the Enforcement Committee. Due to illness, Mr. McCracken has asked me to present the Enforcement Committee report. So during the Enforcement Committee meeting, Josh Keaton provided the committee a presentation of the trawl EM initial review. The committee discussed that the trip-by-trip option would make at-sea and dockside enforcement challenging. Officers would need to determine trawl and trawl vessel EM or observer selection status before every boarding and adjust compliance checks accordingly. For example, each enforcement officer would need to determine before that boarding whether Pollock trip limits, regulatory discards, IRIU, MRA, observer coverage, and or prohibited species discards were required, and what the differences would be between those, the two EM or observer selection status. The observer program also expressed concerns related to vessel communications with individual vessels and the observer program. It was noted that the communication challenges associated with the trip-by-trip option would likely result in additional violation types, including potentials of failure to notify the agency of planned operations, observer coverage and odds, reasonable assistance, and interpersonal violation types such as harassment. Therefore, the committee recommended the annual opt-in option. Noting that the annual opt-in option provides clear indication of which vessels are in the EM program to the observer program and to enforcement agencies. And those include wildlife troopers and the US Coast Guard as well. The committee noted that if the council selects a trip-by-trip option, that timely and accurate notification by vessels would be a critical regulatory component for enforcement and observer program planning purposes. The committee also discussed tender delivery and EM and the importance of chain of custody for salmon, and recognize that the inclusion of EM on tender vessels would provide a significant improvement for chain of custody and investigations. The committee received a presentation from Jackie Smith on the compliance section of the 2021 Observer Program Annual Report. We expressed appreciation to OLE for proactive work with companies and observers. And then I also provided a brief presentation on the 5-year strategic priorities for any additional input from enforcement partners. That covers the committee report, and if there are any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lagerwey. I'll look to the committee co-chair to see if he has any additional comments. All right, great, thank you. Ms. Vanderhoven has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lagerwey. I'm trying to, it might just be I don't understand enough about the system. I'm trying to understand the concern about determining if a vessel is an EM vessel prior to boarding, and why that would be any more challenging or any different from determining if they're required to carry an observer under odds. There's a disconnect there for me that I don't understand. Thank you.
Through the chair, Mrs. Vanderhoven. So we're talking about vessels that are in odds selection for observer coverage or EM. So they would be selecting one or the other on a trip-by-trip basis. For whether or not they have an observer on board, that applies only to those vessels that are in the observer coverage side. If they're toggling back and forth between observer coverage and EM, then we have a host of regulations that either apply or do not apply to those different programs. So we would have to determine before that boarding whether or not those PSC retention requirements are full retention or not, and the variety of other things that I suggested there. So.
Thank you, Mr. Lagerwey. Maybe I'll talk to you about it more in the hallway because there's something I'm still not getting there. So thank you.
Any further questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lagerwey, I'd like to also on the same subject, but somewhat differently. You've described the importance of enforcement staffs really from all three of our enforcement agencies, both OLE as well as the Coast Guard and the Alaska Wildlife Troopers, all being able to understand before they board what the operating environment is of that vessel they're boarding. For instance, whether it's legal for them to have PSC in the tanks versus whether that's clearly an illegal act, those kinds of things. Are there potential tools that the enforcement committee or the enforcement community see that would facilitate that? Is there and kind of how would that work if there are tools? I understand that any development of any tools and all that does increase costs, both in terms of the developmental costs, but also in terms of just making use of them too. But I'm just wondering what kinds of tools might satisfactorily facilitate that in your mind if the council were to choose to go down a path that's more like trip by trip and less like annual.
Thank you for the question through the chair, Mr. Twite. The committee did discuss that accurate and timely notification by vessels to the agency would be a critical regulatory component of a trip by trip selection. And, I guess right now we have a prior notice for IFQ for each and every landing that folks make for their individual fishing quotas. Something like that would be a critical regulatory component. And then, as you mentioned, our enforcement partners, the wildlife troopers and the U.S. Coast Guard would also need to be tuned into that notification process in order to determine before they got on board whether or not, as you suggested, the PSC retention requirements are in place, whether or not the IRIU or trip limits are in place for that vessel on a trip basis versus what they would be for EM potentially. So that's one. It would be like a prior notice well in advance, so that the observer program, it probably significantly more advanced notice than IFQ actually, because the observer program would need to understand whether or not they have the potential to deploy an observer on board that trip.
If I may, and so if a vessel is capable of, if it's one of the vessels that is sort of in that trip by trip making a choice category that hasn't declared one way or the other for the full year, but is sort of wired, has a VMP, is capable of doing EM, but won't necessarily be. I think I've heard you describe that poses an additional challenge to enforcement. Does that then mean that enforcement would actually have a greater focus on vessels in that category, or does it have a sort of a practical effect in terms of how you do your job on the water, I guess is what I'm asking.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, that's a good question. And if the compliance were lower, or we had violation types that are a greater concern on board the observer deployed vessels versus the EM vessels, we would be required to direct more of our resources there. So we might be more inclined to board one vessel type than the other. We might be more inclined to board vessels that are in observer selection over EM if the threat were higher of potential violations on board those vessels. Does that answer the question?
It does. I'm looking for a specific example. Like for example, if a vessel is able to one trip operate in a certain regulatory environment and the next trip, because of a different choice, be operating in a different regulatory environment. Is that the kind of thing that you're describing that sort of, from enforcement's point of view, poses sort of an elevated risk of increased violations, just that switching back and forth between pretty different regulatory environments?
Through the chair, Mr. Toy, that's correct. So anytime that we have vessels toggling from one regulatory environment to another, that presents challenges not only for enforcement in the observer program, but for the folks on board the vessel to adjust each time that they go from one program to the other. And so, those communication challenges that there might be with the observer program to determine whether or not they deploy an observer, and with enforcement to determine what regulations apply. Those challenges would extend also to the vessels, and therefore, a crew member might be confused about, whether or not they're supposed to retain those species, whether it's PSC or PCOT. And so we might more likely have those industry participants making errors and therefore committing violations. And so that might cause us to have to allocate more resources to those fisheries, to that issue.
Further questions for Mr. Lagerwey? All right, thank you. Okay, I think that concludes all the reports and presentations. So that will bring us to the Ssc report. I'd like to remind members of the public who wish to testify to please sign up prior to the end of the advisory panel report. Good morning, Dr. Dressel.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the council. For the record, my name is Sherry Dressel, and I am co-chair of the Ssc, here to give the Ssc report on C4 trolley EM. The Ssc finds the analysis sufficient to advance to final action with minor revisions. So the minor revisions suggested by the Ssc include recommendations to better describe how incentives to participate in the program vary by subfleet, perhaps by examining patterns of participation in the patterns of participation by region, overall fishing portfolio, or community. The second one is to elucidate the extent of costs and benefits experienced by these subfleets. And this was noted because there are other economic and non-economic benefits or costs that may influence the choice to join. So identifying and describing these factors qualitatively, we felt could also help to provide a better understanding of the choice to join. And finally, to include tender vessels in the estimates of costs and in the attribution of vessels to communities. Two more include a discussion of how the shift to dockside observation might affect local labor markets and the economic impact of observer programs, and to include a summary of comparisons of human observer and EM data from pilot studies. So these were direct comparisons that were made in the past, and the Ssc just recommended that we include a summary of those in this document so that it's standalone information for people. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Are there any questions? Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. I hope this is a fair question, but in our presentation, we did have a table, a summary table comparing what we receive out of human observer data and what we'd expect out of EM data. Did the Ssc not have that, or was there something additional that the Ssc is looking for? And I apologize, I can't find your minutes right now.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. No, that's no problem. I think that my recollection from our discussion was that there was a discussion of what was included in both, but my understanding was that there was additional detail of actual pairwise comparisons in the pilot studies that our members felt was sort of more empirical or direct. And so my understanding was there was more description in the pilot studies than there was in this. And that was the ask to clarify. Yeah.
Further questions? All right. Thank you. Next, we'll take the advisory panel report. Good morning, Ms. Christensen.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. All right, for the record, Ruth Christensen here to give the advisory panel report on agenda item C4. The AP recommends the council release the document as a final review draft with alternative 2, electronic monitoring implemented on pelagic trawl Pollock catcher vessels and tenders delivering to shoreside processors in the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska as the PPA and maintain the current timeline for final action in October 2022. The AP supports the recommendations from the Trawl EM Committee and recommends the analysis focus on the following elements to help guide final policy decisions for the program. 1, the partial coverage 1.65% fee pay for EM for 1.65% fee pay for the EM for those vessels that only participate in the Gulf of Alaska pollock fishery. Gulf of Alaska processor costs for housing and feeding shoreside observers be absorbed by the partial coverage monitoring budget within the 1.65% fee, and a threshold approach where vessels would be required to use their EM systems for 25% to 50% of all pollock fishing trips, pelagic trawl in the Gulf of Alaska during a calendar year. And that motion passed unanimously.
Thank you for the report. Any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Christensen. On the first bullet from the AP, it's specific to vessels. And I just didn't know if you heard the conversation or exchange we had about what might be in the next version of the analysis for Gulf shoreside processors and when we might apply the fee to those that operate in the Gulf, but also take AFA deliveries. I just want to clarify that this is specific only to vessels and then ask if the AP had any discussion about the shoreside processor component in the Gulf.
Ms. Kimball through the chair. So that bullet is supposed to be it's intentionally specific to vessels to answer the first part of your question. And to the second part, or to your second question, the AP, the discussion was at a high level at the AP, but understanding that both vessels and shoreside processors contribute to that 1.65%.
Any further questions? Thank you. Okay, that will bring us to public comment. We have 4 signed up to testify. So first up is Julie Bonney, then Ruth Christensen, Patty O'Donnell, then Charlotte Levy.
Mr. Chair and members of the council, my name is Julie Bonney. I represent the members of Alaska Groundfish Data Bank. I am on the Trawl EM Committee, the FMAC Committee, the Partial Coverage Committee, and I'm also one of the 3 PIs for this project. I think the main goals of this program is three things. One is data quality, the other is cost efficiencies, and the final is equity across the participants. And it's complicated because you have AFA, which is a pay-as-you-go system, and then the partial coverage at the 1.65. And so I think sometimes people miss the nuances and how those elements stack together in terms of who pays and who doesn't pay. I submitted a letter under this and really drilled down to the equity question about who pays for what. Our first, and I think it's carries through all the different committee meetings and the AP, which basically says that vessels that only fish in the Gulf of Alaska receive their EM equipment should be paid by the fee. Because they're in any vessel that fishes in a pay-as-you-go system would be responsible for those costs. That would be whiting or AFA. So if you look at there's one table in the document that suggests out of 68 vessels, that means 25 would be being paid out of the fee. That's an equity question. The other, and this is a policy choice for you, the other is who's paying for lodging and housing for shoreside observers. Here again, it's an equity question. Those processors pay into the 1.65% fee, and the processors that I represent suggest that the fee should pay for that fee, not them. Their housing can be very limited for them because of the amount of non-local labor that's working in the processing plants. The other issue for us is we are the fleet, the Central Gulf is the fleet that's opting in and out on a trip by trip. I had a meeting with my members and they said they want that complete flexibility. Well, you have the agency on the other side that wants no flexibility. And so we are proposing this threshold approach, which is that 25, and it's in the AP minutes, 25 to 50% of their trips where they're deploying pelagic Pollock gear, they have to commit to that on an annual basis. And that would help tremendously in terms of the budgeting for the observer program for the ADP. So hopefully you'll include that so that you can analyze that, because you got to remember this is a voluntary program. And if it's an annual opt-out, I would guess that the vast majority of the Central Gulf Pollock fleet would opt out and not participate in the program. And so the goal in my mind is to have them have enough skin in the game so that they're willing, from a cost efficiency and budgeting purposes, that they would play, but not to make it so restrictive that it's just not worth participating in the EM program. I also think that there's a discussion in the documents on page 45 about a potential app that's going to be required for catcher vessels to log when they're leaving the grounds to deliver, what they're hailing, and whether they have a deck load, so that helps with the observers in terms of understanding the delivery flow. Why not just add another element to that to deal with enforcement concerns, and you just push a button and say, I'm doing a EM trip for this next round. In terms of some of the discussion at the table with OLE, you got to remember that you have video in terms of compliance monitoring and for those vessels that are in the EM pool, versus you don't have that observation when you're doing an at-sea boarding for those that are not. And so the reality is, I really think you could end up with an incentive in terms of potential boardings for OLE, where vessels would choose to be in the EM pool because the likelihood that they would be boarded would be less. Because you always have all that video is available, all that gets flagged when it's reviewed. And so you really don't need to have that on board. In terms of Nicole's question about the processor payments, at the committee level and all through this process, I've always assumed that those that are taking Gulf deliveries, those shoreside observer fees would be coming out of the 1.65%. And so when that came up at the table, I was surprised. So I could see, like in Sandpoint, if they're taking AFA deliveries, they would have shoreside observers that they're paying for. But if they are not, even if they are AFA and they're only taking Gulf deliveries, those shoreside observers should be paid by the fee. And I'm out of time, but hopefully we'll move this forward because we're on a strict timeline so that we meet a regulated program by 2024. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Bonnie. Any questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ms. Bonnie, for all the hats you wear and all that you contribute. I want to go back to some of the basics of the opt-in discussion because and I appreciate your candid presentation on it. I don't view it as the agency being unwilling. I view it as the agency wanting to make sure that if we choose a very flexible approach, that we're aware that it will have cost implications. And that those cost implications ripple out some. I mean, they affect how we're able to allocate resources within the whole partial coverage contract. And so I've been really thinking about that a lot because I think that does put it sort of squarely back on the council's shoulders to really make what you point out is a pretty difficult choice. And if the council were to choose for reasons broader than I think the Central Gulf interests, a fairly inflexible but cost-effective approach to opt-in, you point out that all other things being equal, participation in the Central Gulf might really drop off to the point where it's not a widely usable tool, and there's some other values we would lose. I mean, we're really looking forward to the increases in accuracy, particularly of estimates of salmon, bycatch, et cetera. So if that's the circumstance, can you think of incentives that can either be built in at the local level through work between the fleets and the processors, or that the council could contribute that might help harvesters feel incentivized to participate in a fairly inflexible program? Or do you think there really are almost none, and that we'll have to just accept the result if we choose a more cost-effective approach? That, as I say, we obviously wouldn't be doing it for the best interests of the Central Gulf Fleet. We'd be thinking more broadly if we chose that, thinking about how we balance other regional interests.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. So very complicated, but because, I mean, the best solution would be rationalization. I'll say that right up front. And basically, a portion of the fleet's fishing plan is to maximize their trip value. So depending on whether we're operating on a voluntary catch share plan, whether we have a flatfish market, whether we have a directed cod fishery, all those things play into a vessel's fishing plan. So right now, those vessels that are opting out, they're increasing their trip revenue probably by 50% because they've been able to top off on cod. And so so we had quite the discussion about how could, whether you wanted to annually opt in. And the problem is we don't know enough by October 1st to make that choice. We meet every year in January, and that determines whether we're doing a voluntary catch share plan or whether we're racing for fish. We don't know what the available quotas are going to be in terms of whether we'd have a directed cod fishery. We do not know if we're going to have a shoreside flatfish market and whether that market is going to improve. And so all those variables to say that you got to opt in by October 1 for the whole time frame, basically every vessel's going to say, I don't know the answer to any of those one questions, so I'm just going to opt out. We would have some vessels that are really Pollock platforms that are more AFA vessels that fish in Kodiak, and it's an important part of their business plan. They may stay up in that tier, but the vast majority would just opt out if it was an annual choice. So then you get into the ripple effect of that is we have several vessels that fish in the Western Gulf. They always use their cameras in the Western Gulf, but if you tell them that they have to opt in and it's an annual choice, they're all going to opt out, even if they would use their cameras in the Western Gulf, because their Central Gulf fishing plan would get impinged. So that's why I've been trying to think of a way to have them put enough skin in the game so that they will be cost effective in the program, because every year they're going to, if it's the 50% opt-in, then they're going to be somewhere between 50% and 100% based on those decision points that come into their fishing plan that I talked about when they know more. So the bottom level for budgeting is 50%. The high end would be 100%, depending on what else was going on in their fishery. Hopefully that helps.
A lot. Thank you. I appreciate where you started, because it sort of gave me a sense of thinking about this in terms of a time frame as well, a multi-year time frame. And so let me see if I'm tracking your logic correctly on that. If this council thought that it was unlikely that this fishery would ever be restructured through a rationalization process, we should be thinking about an approach to this particular issue that probably then assumes that as part of the partial coverage category for the long term, we should be thinking about it in that context. Whereas if we thought that it was possible that we might consider rationalization, we should be thinking about this both in terms of a full coverage issue and a partial coverage issue. But potentially in different timeframes. Is that part of what you're suggesting to us?
I think that and that's the cost efficiency analysis you're going to see. But yeah, so under status quo, assuming we take final action and move forward with trawl EM, you would need to assume that you're trying to build cost efficiencies in that 1.65% fee across all different sectors and fisheries. And so there's many elements of that cost efficiency that affects fixed gear that's actually tied to what's coming out of this action for trawl. If you move, so that's one vision of the world. The second vision of the world would be that you would move all trawl out of the partial coverage and then be in a pay-as-you-go system because they would be fully rationalized. So those are the two options. But I caution people to think of fisheries as individual within the 1.65% because they're all related. So fixed gear is related, trawl is related, how you're doing the EM component could be related between the two gear types, even shoreside, dockside monitoring could be related. So the puzzle pieces get a little interesting when you start adding new elements and what that's going to look like in the future.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your testimony. I hope my question is simple.
sometimes the basics of some of these really complicated programs do get lost. And I just want to make sure I understand the threshold proposal in terms of the opt-in. Whatever the number is for that threshold, 25%, 50%, that threshold would be the proportion of a vessel's trips, as I understand it, that are Pollock compared to the total. That is not the proportion of Pollock trips that would be monitored by EM should that vessel opt in. Is that correct? There would still be 100% EM coverage of a vessel that opts into the program.
For trips that they deploy pelagic trawl gear on.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yes, but otherwise I agree.
Any further questions for Ms. Bonnie? Thank you. Ruth Christensen.
I feel like I was just here. For the record, Ruth Christensen with United Catcher Boats. I'm going to keep my testimony pretty short and simple and voice UCB support for selecting alternative 2 as the PPA and for final action in October. Mostly, I just wanted to get up here and publicly thank everyone that has been involved in this project. I don't think any of us fully appreciated how big this was going to be, but the collaboration and the commitment that everyone has put towards this project and making it work has been tremendous. I could not have asked for better partners. Julie, Charlotte, the agency, you know, our service providers, our reviewers. It's been truly tremendous. And so I wanted to make sure to take the opportunity to just thank everybody and let the council know how collaborative this has been. I mean, it's been tremendous and I just can't thank everybody enough. So, and I'm happy to answer any questions that people have.
Thank you for sharing that with us. Any questions? Thank you. Patrick O'Donnell.
Good morning. Rebecca Skinner and Patrick O'Donnell with Alaska Whitefish Trawlers Association, which is a Kodiak-based trade association comprised of catcher vessels that operate primarily in the Gulf of Alaska. And about a third to a quarter of AWTA membership did participate in the EM EFP.
Yeah, good morning, Chairman, council members. For the record, Patty O'Donnell. So I agree with the AP motion with the exception of the third bullet, which would require the UCM 25 to 50% of all trips. I talked to fishermen in Kodiak this morning who participate in the trawl EM, and what I heard is if there's an opt-in on an annual basis, then the boats will not participate in the EM program because the financials don't work if they can't do mixed trips. It's very important to fishermen in Kodiak to have that ability to do multi-species trips. That's the way I've been fishing there since I started skippering in 1994. So flexibility is needed, and now, especially now with the price of fuel, where it's at. I called the fuel doc this morning. Fuel is at base price $5.10. That's before taxes. That's an increase of $1 since I fueled up 4 weeks ago, and that's a huge increase. So we need the ability to do multi-species trips. A lot of the boats have fished multi-species for years, And some vessels fish pollock periodically with non-pelagic trawl in order to maximize the value of the trip. This has been common practice for as long as I've been in the Central Gulf. This is very, very different from the Bering Sea. You can't compare the two. Typically in the Bering Sea, they don't do multi-species trips. And also ex-vessel prices for pollock in the Bering Sea are about 35% higher than the Gulf of Alaska. And not all processors in Kodiak do multi-species trip. However, the majority do, so it's going to be an impact there in the community also. So the EM program, for the best part, it has worked well, and I understand that there were some issues as far as communications with observers. However, it's a new program, and as with anything that is new, I'm sure over time the issues can be resolved. Again, we need maximum flexibility under EM, so I ask you to leave it as is under the EFP here, where we have the option of opting in on a trip-by-trip basis. This is more consistent with how trawl vessels operate and gives us that needed flexibility in order to survive in these challenging times. With high fuel prices, the highest inflation we've seen in 40 years, as well as the lack of flatfish markets. As far as the enforcement concerns, we heard about vessels are logged into odds, and you can go into odds and it clearly states on the odds whether you're checked into EM or you're checked into partial coverage, and whether you were selected for an observer or you weren't selected for an observer. Coast Guard boardings at sea, typically communication with the catcher vessel prior to boarding, that's normal, and asked us to what fishery we're in, what gear type, whether we have an observer on board or not. And enforcement, usually when they come on the vessel, they have a checklist that they adhere to and go through. And I mean, as far as I'm concerned, they need to update their checklist and add some of the criteria that we're dealing with here into the checklist, and that'll take care of that problem. So I don't see what the issue is as far as enforcement with opting in and opting out, or either opting into the partial coverage or opting into the EM coverage. So again, it's working well the way it is. Few little glitches, but like I say, it's new, and let's work on it a little bit here. Communication is the key. We always hear that. Thank you.
Thank you both for your testimony. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. Do you worry about the scenario that was outlined in the discussion with the enforcement folks on the enforcement committee about deck crew just simply making a mistake, thinking that today was a day when it was a PSC retention day when it was actually a PSC required discard day? Do you worry about that kind of confusion just on the deck of crew members simply thinking it was the other day, thinking the other set of rules were in effect, and creating violations just inadvertently from some level of confusion just by having to switch back and forth between those two very different regulatory environments?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, we've been working under the EFP here for a few years now. And what we've learned under the EFP is that you have to have that communication with the crew prior to starting the trip, and to let them know we're in the EM, there's no discarding. We can't discard pollock, we can't discard anything. Yeah, and because typically they're used to, I mean, as are the skippers and myself, if we go over the 300,000 by regulation, we have to discard in pollock. So that conversation is had on a trip by trip basis as to whether we're in the EM program or in the partial coverage program. So I don't think that's an issue.
Further questions? Okay. All right, thank you. So last up is Charlotte Levy.
All right, Chairman and members of the council, for the record, my name is Charlotte Levy and I work for the Aleutians East Borough. I'm the third and final PI on the Trawl EM EFP. My component of the project represents the Western Gulf of Alaska fishermen, so the catcher vessels, the tender fleet, as well as two of the processors, sometimes King Cove a little bit. So you've kind of heard a lot of information. I'm actually going to be kind of referencing some of the points made in Julie Bonnie's submitted public comment. And because they're mostly Gulf related outstanding issues, I kind of just want to speak to those on behalf of the Western Gulf. So to start, let's talk about money. So we are in support of a cost structure that's equitable across both the Trawl EM and fixed gear programs, and would recommend that the costs associated with annual EM service and equipment be paid out of that 1.65 fee, partial coverage fee. And as you may be aware, our team, Julie Bonnie's team, we are kind of working on different projects to improve cost efficiencies by using EM across fisheries. And so kind of in that same vein, I think the analysis would benefit by including a little bit more discussion on how these costs are going to be shared between programs, especially, if we're going to be combining them, under a contract or something. We also agree that the cost of housing and feeding of the observers should also be covered by the fee instead of assessed outside to the processors. I just kind of like to remind everyone that the processors have been volunteering for this program basically since inception for the benefit of the fleet and the fishery. And I don't think it was anyone's intention when they volunteered that as match that would be adopted under a regulated program. And then regarding the concern of opting in or out on an annual basis. So my fleet doesn't typically participate or utilize that tool. However, we do support a program that maintains operational efficiency and allows the Central Gulf vessels to participate at scale or as at scale as possible. And I do think that it's in the best interest of EM in Alaska for the long game, if they're able to participate and we maintain that flexibility. So we talk a lot about striking a balance between cost efficiency and flexibility. As we move into the final analysis, I really hope these decisions are considered in the greater context of the entire partial coverage program. So just a few other things that Julie noted in her public comment. So we do support the exploration of a regional industry managed incentive plan that can handle and enforce MRA and GOA trip limits. I'll admit that we were definitely concerned about the ability of industry to manage these performance standards, but I think the EFP has proven that we're able to do that successfully. And I do think we need strong measures in place to ensure the intent of these limits, but I do think it can be accomplished through an industry managed plan. We also strongly support the early and comprehensive outreach of the observer program and NIMF staff for the processors. So making sure that, we're able to do in-person site visits and that the processors really understand how this is going to move forward with CMCPs, especially, we have a processor that's kind of new to the observer world. And I want to make sure that they are set up for success going into a regulated program. And I just think that a physical site visit to every plant is really the way to do that. And I think it needs to happen this year. And I think it needs to happen before the final year of the EFP. We also request a more comprehensive review of potential options for contract and grant management for EM services, especially how the options outlined in the analysis compare to the existing structure under the EFP. We're particularly concerned about competitive selection of EM service providers, which under the under the EFP right now has provided a lot of opportunities for real and timely innovation of new EM approaches, ELOG, mobile EM systems, EM in the plants, independent of PAC states. So I think those could just be fleshed out a little bit more and sort of the implications of those three different alternatives become made available. So to conclude, I would just request that the council adopts alternative 2 as the PPA and capture these concerns in the final analysis. And I'd just like to take my last second here to also thank everybody who participated in this project. I certainly did not know how big it would be when I was invited to be a PI. And I really want to thank council staff and NIMS for their very careful, thoughtful consideration of the tender fleet and how important they are. We may be small, but it's a very important component of the Western Gulf. And I thought they did a really fantastic job in the analysis of capturing them. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levy. Are there any questions? All right, thank you very much. Okay, that concludes public comment. Is council ready to take action? Ms. Kimball.
I apologize. I'm not trying to make a motion. I just had a quick question about for someone on staff prior to the motion. I on this idea of annual opt-in versus a trip-by-trip opt-in. I just wanted to ensure I understood, and I've been looking for it in the analysis, that both of those, if for instance, the AP motion was forwarded at this council, that both of those remain an option in the final draft, that we haven't precluded a trip-by-trip option or an annual opt-in. And then, of course, the AP motion, it has an additional threshold, which would be additional options. And I just want to make sure I understand that before any motion comes to the floor.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for the question. I think specifically related to the AP motion, added that threshold option as an additional option that would be added to the analysis, but it wouldn't preclude the trip-by-trip or annual option also being included in the analysis. And like that whole range would be explored and discussed further in the analysis.
Anything further? Okay, are we ready for action? Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a motion on this that largely tracks the AP motion. Thank you, Shannon, for bringing it up quickly. Motion is the council recommends releasing the analysis for final action and identifies alternative 2 titled Electronic Monitoring is Implemented on Pelagic Trawl, Pollock Catcher Vessels and Tenders Delivering to Shoreside Processors in the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska as the preliminary preferred alternative. The council supports the recommendations from the Trawl EM Committee and in particular recommends that the analysis provide additional information on the following elements to help guide final policy decisions for the program. First, use of partial coverage 1.65% fee to pay for EM equipment, service, and maintenance costs for vessels that do not participate in other trawl catch share programs with an EM option. Second, use of the partial coverage 1.65% fee to pay for housing and food for shoreside observers during deployments at processors to monitor partial coverage directed pelagic pollock deliveries from vessels using EM. Third, a threshold approach where vessels that opt into the EM program would be required to participate in the EM program for 25 to 100% of all pollock fishing trips in the Gulf during a calendar year. All of the trips would be in the observer trip selection pool. And fourth, the structure for incentive plans that provide incentives to meet specific goals to avoid exceeding maximum retainable amounts and GOA pollock trip limits. Staff should consider and address comments from the Ssc to the extent practicable. The council supports maintaining the current timeline for final action in October 2022. With a second, I can speak to my motion.
Seconded by Ms. Vanderhoven. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. This motion picks up from the AP motion with some fairly minor adjustments other than one that's a little bit more major that I'll discuss. And that one is that the threshold approach for the opt-in program, I've chosen to expand it to up to 100% simply to allow for more complete analysis of this approach, recognizing that 100% is essentially the annual approach, but the increasing the range of the use of the threshold, I think will be useful from an analytical standpoint for this council when we do need to make a decision about this, where we want to fall on this cost effectiveness versus flexibility, maximize flexibility continuum. And it really is a continuum. And so broadening the range is not to express a policy preference at this point. It's simply to ensure that we can see the full continuum when we make a choice about where we should land on that. And again, as was noted in question on this, the threshold would apply to any Pollock trip, but including the mixed trips that use both pelagic and non-pelagic gear. These, speaking more generally then to the motion, the bullet recommendations that are intended to provide equitable treatment across partial coverage fishery participants, fixed and trawl gear EM participants, so that Gulf trawl participants that do not participate in other trawl catch share fisheries with an EM option are not financially burdened when other partial coverage participants are not. Not only, sorry for the double negative, not only will this address equity, but it will also allow for cost efficiencies when using the same EM system across multiple partial coverage fisheries. Additionally, Gulf processors currently contribute half of the 1.65% partial coverage observer fee and will continue to do so under a regulated program. Gulf processors are also making substantial investments into monitoring costs through the existing fee, complying with the CMCP requirements and observer sampling stations. And we need to keep that in mind and take that into account when we assign costs, responsibility for costs. Again, just remind the council that cost versus flexibility is a continuum that we will have to grapple with. In the partial coverage sector, increased costs for one program do result in reduced fund availability for other aspects of the partial coverage program. So we need to think about this, and we've been reminded of this several times, first within the trawl world, but then within the entire partial coverage world when we make a final balancing. And we've been reminded we also need to keep in mind the enforcement issues that I expect will be even further fleshed out in this next draft of the analysis. But certainly as I look at this and as I listen to the discussion today, I think that we may, as the council, want to consider when we review this for final action and provide policy guidance, want to consider that the costs of increased flexibility may be worth it for the kinds of reasons that were brought forward. It's not just a dollars equation. It's also where do you get started? And I think we've heard from the PIs that we should be shooting high in terms of participation. And it's clear from what they've brought to us that increased flexibility will increase participation and that we should start shooting high and then hope to take actions in the future that will help us find further efficiencies. And the PIs have mentioned a couple of places that they intend to start as well that may result in increased cost efficiencies without necessarily compromising flexibility. I did add one bullet to the AP motion just to really emphasize the fact that more work is needed to describe the specific requirements of performance plans with the goal of allowing the industry the flexibility to develop the most effective plans for avoiding exceeding MRAs and Gulf Pollock trip limits for participants in this program. These industry-run plans would function similarly to the vessel performance standards that have been utilized in the EFP. And under this model, the council could, at final action, set up goals for the incentive plans, receive an annual report, and reevaluate every 3 years, for instance, as one approach. As both the Trawl EM Committee and the FMAC have noted, this action will shift some impacts, costs, and responsibilities from the harvest sector to the onshore processing sector. And we'll also expand the use of CMCPs in processing plants. I'll just add my voice to the voice of the PIs who in public testimony strongly encourage the agency to prioritize outreach to those processors to make sure they understand the critical role they will play in making this action successful, and that problems be collaboratively identified and addressed. And I know we've heard from the agency, they've strong intent to do that, and just hope that they can do, and that needs to begin now before we actually take final action. That needs to begin over this summer. And I think the committee's emphasized that. And I'll close just by saying the council appreciates the approach taken by the agency and council staff that maximizes the use of non-regulatory tools such as the annual deployment plan, the vessel monitoring plans, and the catch monitoring and control plans for the processors, as well as the quality of the initial review draft, because it really does reflect the work over several years of the Trawl EM committee and the extensive collaboration and involvement of the EFP team, particularly the three PIs. I can't thank those three women enough for their collaborative, creative, and foundational work on this. Charlotte, Julie, and Ruth, you're extraordinary. It's been really fun watching you, and I'm just relieved that all this hard work has still apparently kept your sense of humor intact. And with that, I'll close, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any questions for Mr. Twite? Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one. So under the first bullet, the AP had worded this differently, saying that the 1.65% fee would only apply to vessels that participate in only the Goa Pollock fishery. And you've said vessels that do not participate in other trawl catch share programs with an EM option. And I guess I'm just trying to figure out what the difference is between that and what the AP moved, especially because the use of the word other is a little bit confusing, I think, because it almost seems as though the folks who participate in the Bering Sea could be under the 1.65% fee the way this is worded. So if you could just clarify your intent, that would help me out.
I'll start, and if Josh Keaton starts wriggling uncomfortably, I invite him to clarify further. I think this is the council's first preview of the actual rulemaking wording that would be adopted to define what we meant, what the AP meant by how they described the Gulf trawl vessels, and certainly invite Josh to either correct me or amplify.
Mr. Keaton.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, just for further clarification, the reason we use that is Goa Pollock fisheries, only. We're trying to capture other trawl catch share fisheries. That can be defined as AFA. That could be defined as the West Coast whiting fishery, right? That was some of the concern. So we're just trying to clarify that this is to cover those partial coverage only vessels, because this is the EM cost of on the vessel. So if you participate in Pacific Coast whiting, right, that may be paid for through that program. We wanted to eliminate some of the duplication of cost if you participate in other trawl catch share programs. So it's really to just hone in on exactly the same thing that the AP was doing, just in a better way that's easier to explain, and bring in other trawl catch share fisheries if they exist and have an EM option in the future.
Thank you for that clarity. My concern with this language is that it says other trawl catch share fisheries, when in fact the AFA CVs are one of the, I don't know that I would call that an other program, right? They're one of the target fisheries that's under this. So as long as we're all clear on what we mean, which I think we are now, I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Any further questions on the motion? Okay. Any amendments? Okay. Comments on the motion? Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Twite, for the motion. When I dove into the analysis, I was struck by how much was there and a lot of the details to work through, and really want to recognize the work by the analysts and the committee and the project proponents to pull this all together and shepherd it through. It's a lot of work, and I think there's a good outcome to be had down the road, and so much appreciation for that. And I think this is a great program, and I think it's where we need to keep going and working out these details and getting these EM programs on the ground. So thanks to everyone for their work, and I support the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Additional comments? Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been said before, but perhaps bears repeating, just for all those stakeholders who are concerned about salmon bycatch, to note that this action will improve precision of salmon PSC accounting and, in fact, full enumeration for those who are participating in the program. So just wanted to call that out. Thank you.
Thank you for doing so, Mr. Kurland. I also really appreciate that aspect of this program. Any further comments? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Toit, for the motion. It's fairly brief, but after going through all the presentations, I know there's just a whole number of things encompassed in the Trolley committee, and I assume the Ssc recommendations that we would assume staff would pay close attention to. And I guess without trying to spend time outlining all of those things, I think we got some commitments from staff during the presentation about what would be added into the next version and highlight those policy calls for the council. And so I think that's very important as they tried to address our, I guess, needs or questions throughout the presentation. And I'm taking them at their commitment to try to do that, so we have a clear outline of what our decisions points might be in October. And again, I want to thank everyone for working on the EFP, the PIs and all the partners that work on that, and the NIM staff and council staff and PAC state staff are doing a huge lift for this council, and it's much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Twite.
Just thank Ms. Kimball for making that point. And indeed, you're correct. And just that I think it's been said some already, but just the committee, as they thought about these additional issues that would need to be addressed, was also very cognizant of the need to keep the workload manageable, so that we would be ready in October for final action. And so the dialogue between the committee members and agency staff and council staff was sort of continually checking, is this doable during the time period that we have? And the answer was yes to that list. So I think the council has reason to be confident that not only will we get these issues elucidated very well for our decision, but also it can be done well in the time that remains.
Any final comments? Okay, I'll just add my thanks to everybody who participated on this. Awesome job. And thank you for the motion, Mr. Twite. Is there any objection to the motion? Motion passes unanimously. Anything further under this agenda item? Okay. Well, thanks again. Let's go ahead and break until 1:05, and we will come back and take the Ssc report in full. Council, please come back to order. All right, we are going to start the afternoon off with the balance of the SSC report, and here to give that to us is Dr. Sherry Dressel. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the council. As he mentioned, my name is Sherry Dressel. I am the co-chair of the SSC, here to give the balance of the SSC report. Oh no, Shannon, I did it again. Yep. All right, at the beginning of our SSC meeting, we received a progress report from council staff on the council process and ideas for change update. And one of the things that we were notified is that the council at this meeting may choose to issue the call for SSC nominations at this June meeting and open nominations immediately after, or whatever the council chooses. The council may also request SSC input on expertise needed for new membership and or identify specific expertise in the SSC call for nominations. So should the council elect to do this, we wanted to provide some timely input. And so the SSC developed recommendations for additional expertise for 2023. And these include a scientist with a broad ecosystem and ecological background, a social scientist with expertise in anthropology, sociology, human geography, or a related field, and a scientist with population dynamics and stock assessment experience. In addition, the SSC asked for volunteers for a subgroup to work on research priorities. This research priorities won't come back to the SSC. We won't have that on our agenda, I don't believe, until 2024, but the subgroup has a bunch of work to do. So we got some volunteers, and those are mentioned in our SSC report. And last, the SSC at the last meeting formed a subgroup to plan the February, that should say 2023 SSC workshop. And so a subgroup met and developed preliminary ideas for this workshop, and we shared them at this meeting to get any feedback from other SSC members and sort of to let people know what the subgroup was thinking. And the idea is for the workshop to focus on rapid ecosystem changes that are occurring in the Northern Bering Sea and the Southern Chukchi Sea, and the use of these areas by species that are currently managed under the Eastern Bering Sea FMP, so that it applies closely to what the council will be working on. The goal of it is to identify science and monitoring requirements for supporting future council decision-making under increased uncertainty and a non-stationary environment, as you are well aware in dealing with this at this meeting. It also may include an exploration of proactive approaches and assess the applicability of existing frameworks to address ecosystem change. And the SSC will receive another update from the subgroup in October. The SSC also reviewed the nominations of a number of individuals, Ms. Caitlin Allen Axelrod, Ms. Beth Matta, Dr. Andrew Seitz, Dr. Michael Smith, and Ms. Jane Sullivan for the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands Groundfish Plan Team, and Ms. Kristen Blackheart for the Gulf of Alaska Groundfish Plan Team. And the SSC finds all of these nominees to be well qualified and recommends that the council approve their nomination. The SSC was scheduled to receive informational report for the Observer annual report, but due to timing at this meeting, we did not receive that update. So now I'll move in. I've got a number of slides with regard to the salmon reports that we received. So we received, in response to the council's October request or motion, we received research reports in addition to the genetics reports that we normally receive. So ADF&G provided a stock status update for Western Alaska chum and Chinook salmon. The Ssc appreciated the overview of these stock status for these two species from the ADF&G's Salmon Ocean Ecology Program, and Ssc expresses continued concern over the severely declining trends in Western Alaska chum and Chinook stocks. We also received a couple of research updates, both from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center and ADF&G, summarizing ongoing and future salmon research. The Ssc thanked the presenters for a comprehensive overview of the wide-ranging research efforts that are being undertaken by both of these agencies. It was great to hear about the work that's being done. The Ssc highlights the value of these collaborative efforts and partnerships and understanding the drivers of the population trends for salmon in the Alaska region, particularly looking at the ecosystem context and at the ecosystem level. The Ssc supports, we received the report that there's some work ongoing and some future research. And so the Ssc supports this future research, and this includes to develop daily predictions of the oceanic distributions of Chinook. That's work that's being done by ADF&G at this point, or ADF&G researchers, and I believe the university as well. And collaborations with Sea State to obtain information on in-season interactions species, which are promising tools. Both of these are promising tools for informing management of PSC for the council. The presented research also underscores the importance of the council's actions to encourage the funding of these programs. It was really pretty amazing research. We also received genetic reports. We received reports on stock composition of salmon bycatch in 2020 and 2021 for BSAI chum. And in 2020, both BSAI and Gulf of Alaska Chinook salmon. We also received an overview of technological advances and future directions. So the Ssc commends the efforts to develop a more rapid timeline for the analysis and reporting. And we received the timeline has been moved up, and part of this is, I'll cover that a little bit later. Sorry about that. We also commended the efforts to respond to recommendations from the Ssc and the 2019 Salmon Bycatch Workshop. The Ssc is encouraged by progress in examining the relationship of the timing of bycatch with environmental indicators and fishery effort. The industry collaboration to develop stock avoidance strategies and the potential project. It's currently, I believe that there is a application for funding to work on chum stock specific distribution models with staff at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. The Ssc supports these efforts that have a potential to better understand the bycatch patterns and inform the council's policy choices, salmon bycatch management in the future. The Ssc also received an update on the Chinook salmon AEQ modeling efforts. And given observed changes in the age composition of salmon or Chinook salmon returning in AYK and the potential impacts on mortality and the impact rate estimates, the Ssc does highlight the value of periodic updates to the AEQ model and was really glad to receive this update. The Ssc encourages consideration of incorporating direct estimates of run size uncertainty from state space run reconstruction models where possible. Currently, there's an assumed uncertainty, I believe a 10% coefficient of variation, but there's actually some data that can inform this so that uncertainty can be estimated. So given the potential sensitivity of AEQ estimates to assumed age-specific marine mortality, the Ssc recommends that future AEQ reporting would benefit from both a description of past sensitivity analysis or an updated analysis of sensitivity to assumed marine mortality. The Ssc encourages NMFS and the council staff to continue exploring options for making the AEQ methods and results more approachable for non-technical audiences. This applies generally, but it also applies because we understand that there's a lot of interest from coastal communities and villages in understanding the results of these. And finally, the Ssc supports efforts to advance this AEQ methodology, potentially including an integrated population models that fit directly to the data. So it's a little bit more complicated or integrated or an advanced way to look at this. The Ssc also received a report on staff recommendations for the assessment of PSC impacts on chum salmon. Relative to Chinook, the information on chum age composition and escapement estimates are limited, and that presents real challenges for conducting an AEQ and impact rate analyses. And so with regard to that, the Ssc notes in particular that it is possible, and we received this information from staff, council staff, it is possible to calculate the Western Alaska and Yukon River chum salmon AEQ mortality. And these estimates and the Ssc concluded these estimates may be useful in informing bycatch impacts if that's something that the council is interested in. However, we wanted to point out a couple of things that were also pointed out in the presentation, and that is that these stocks are only a small proportion of the overall bycatch, and they may not be representative of other Western Alaska chum runs. So it would be limited. And also AEQ mortality estimates would be quite uncertain given necessary assumptions about marine mortality and age at maturity. And so there would be uncertainty in these AEQ estimates as well. The Ssc does not support the calculation of impact rates from this at this time. The Ssc does support expanded analysis of the spatial and temporal an analysis of the spatial and temporal location of Western Alaska and Yukon River fall chum salmon PSC, and continued work to develop representative estimates of chum salmon ages in the PSC. And this is the last slide. We also received a report on, it's the final report on the salmon excluder EFP. The Ssc reviewed this, and it reported on the experiments to develop a salmon excluder for addition to the midwater trawls used currently by the EBS Pollock fleet. And the initial trials showed that between 10 and 40% of Chinook salmon entering a net with an excluder were able to escape successfully. 3 years of trials of the excluder modifications on 3 different boats of different power levels, however, were unsuccessful at improving maximum escapement or increasing consistency. But the Ssc felt it's really excited to see this work. Any improvement on excluders will help in the overall picture. And I also do want to note that it's very common in scientific experiments that you may not get the statistical results that you hope for, but that doesn't mean the studies aren't important and valuable to do. So the Ssc provided recommendations for further work if people choose to undertake that. And I believe that that's the end of my report.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Dressel. Are there any questions on the Ssc report? Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Could you turn that back on? And my question was on the slide before this one. And it was something you said about that I just didn't fully understand how it applied to the chum AEQ. Let's see what it is. No, it's not that one. It was regarding the chum AEQ statement that you made about him. Let me see how you said that. I can come back to you. I'm sorry.
No, the answer to your first question through the chair is I might be able to get back to the slide. Is it the next one?
I think so.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
Yeah, so you say, however, those stocks are a small portion of the overall bycatch and may not be representative of other Western Alaska chum runs. So are you saying that we could calculate AEQ mortality for Western Alaska and Yukon chum, but it wouldn't be something that you could universally apply to all chum salmon runs? Is that the gist of that?
That's exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Mine is on just a further explanation of the SSC discussion on slide 12 is asking for in any future Chinook AEQ an updated analysis of sensitivity to assumed marine mortality. I was wondering if you could explain the SSC's, why the SSC thought that was important.
I think that this may be the slide we were looking through the chair, Ms. Kimball. So my recollection from our discussion was that the marine mortality at this point has been changing. And so one of the things that was recommended was to do a sensitivity analysis to changes in marine mortality to see what the impact would be upon these AEQ calculations. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you. And so there wasn't a discussion of any kind of new data on that point, but just to do the sensitivity analysis to see how much it impacts the results.
I'm going back one slide.
Okay.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. So yes, I believe that is correct. The only other thing is in the second bullet here is that by seeing changes in the age composition, actually this was for Chinook. So I will stick with what you had said before. And no, I don't believe that there was any additional information. I think it was just a sensitivity analysis.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is back on the slide. Mr. Mesereau had a question on, I think it's the chum AEQ slide 2. Or chum impact, sorry. Yes, thank you. That last bullet there, I believe I did hear this discussion at the SSC, and I appreciate the recommendation. I wondered if you could just give me a sense of, I think some of the ongoing work like this that is happening from our council perspective is very, well, that's what we're getting information on. And we understand why we're asking for it and why we think it's important. But did the SSC talk about how this will move us forward in terms of trying to use some of this genetic information in our management in a more effective way? And so did the SSC talk about that at all in terms of how this might move us forward, or how we can actually help take a step forward when it comes to that?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker. Recommending potential research that might, looking at research that's being done now that might help the council, or potential research that might help the council, was definitely our focus. So with the last bullet, so expanded analysis looking at spatial and temporal locations was obviously a hope that could give more information about locations of chum in the Bering Sea that might help PSC management. As far as the second part of your question was, it was the genetics. I can't remember. I think that I can't remember if I did this in preparation for the meeting or if it was actually stated in our SSC meeting. We were looking at ways to get additional genetic samples faster. And I don't think that we ended up talking about that. I think that was something that I reviewed in prep. So the things that that we did come up with in this meeting would be the spatial and temporal location, the research on the first couple of slides that had to do with looking at the species distribution maps. They were even talking about future researchers being able to predict things on sort of a daily basis. That's something that seems like it would be helpful, something that would be rapid, that could help the council. But as far as genetics, I don't think that we talked about anything.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any further questions for Dr. Dressel? All right, thank you very much. So that concludes the SSC report. We had been, excuse me, been scheduled to take the AP report in full. It's not ready for us yet, so we will do that time certain at the start of the day tomorrow. So with that, we will move into agenda item C5. I'll invite Sarah Cleaver to tell us what we're up to.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Sarah Cleaver, council staff. Today, under agenda item C5, the council will be receiving the abbreviated 2021 Observer Program Annual Report from Ms. Jennifer Ferdinand from the Fisheries Monitoring and Analysis Division at Alaska Fisheries Science Center, as well as Mr. Dennis Yaska, the Observer Liaison Contractor for the NOAA Office of Law Enforcement, will be presenting a portion of that report on enforcement and compliance. So this year's report is abbreviated due to previous committee and council direction for the abbreviated report due to complications in observer deployment plans because of COVID-19, and recognizing that an abbreviated report also conserves staff time for work on the partial observer coverage cost efficiencies integrated analysis. And that's for the draft 2024 ADP. And that's been a priority for the council as well as for the PCF MAC. So after you receive that observer annual report, I'll be presenting the most recent reports from the PCF MAC meeting and the FMAC meeting. And on your e-agenda, just to walk you through what's included there, you'll find both of the committee reports, as well as links to those meeting e-agendas, the annual report itself, as well as an updated observer analytical task list, and the enforcement committee report and all the links to these presentations. So I think with that, we will move on to Ms. Ferdinand.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman Kaneen and members of the council. As Sarah noted, my name is Jennifer Ferdinand, and I'm the director of the Fisheries Monitoring and Analysis Division at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. This is the abbreviated 2021 annual report for the Observer Program. And so I wanted to just remind everybody where we were at the beginning of 2021. We were in sort of the height of another surge of COVID. And so we had lots of considerations to take into consideration before we deployed observers, particularly because our deployments and our sampling protocols for 2021 are established in the fall and were established in the fall and winter of 2020. And we needed to always take into consideration the safety and health of the observers, the fishermen, and their fishing communities. That is our highest priority. FMA maintained a remote and hybrid observer training and briefing stance in which new trainees trained virtually and in person, so in a hybrid model. We kept our hands-on training focused on cold water survival classes and species identification and dissection topics that don't translate well to a virtual environment. These are our trainings for new observers. Those also incorporated COVID safety protocols such as masking and small groups and keeping them outdoors, and really trying to keep folks as safe as possible before we deployed them up to remote locations in Alaska. And then our briefings for experienced observers were moved completely online and were conducted entirely virtually. not replicable. There we go. In addition to all of the changes that we put in place ourselves within the FMA division, we also had different flexibilities that were offered to us by national regulations. So in March of 2020, NIMS published a temporary emergency action that was allowing all of the observer programs across the country to waive observer coverage and other observer program requirements. And that rule was then extended in March 2021 all the way through March 2022. So we're really just now starting to operate in a more normal environment. These COVID waivers and flexibilities allowed FMA to exercise flexibilities with observer deployments to meet the monitoring needs across all different sectors. For example, this did allow us to waive level 2 endorsements in full coverage fisheries. That first bullet, that is not a regulatory flexibility that we ordinarily have. And it also allowed us to waive observer deployments to extend past normal time and vessel limitations. And that was really necessary to keep vessel fidelity in the full coverage fleet and port fidelity in the partial coverage fleet. Those waivers, just so the council understands, those are, we normally have that regulatory flexibility. That's actually built into our regular 679 regs. So with all of those flexibilities that did allow the program to deploy, deploy 378 individual observers across all the vessels and processing facilities in the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska. Those observers collected data on board 296 fixed gear and trawl vessels and at 12 different processing facilities. And that encompassed a total of 35,769 observer days. For reference, that's more than half of the observer days across the entire nation. So this is the largest observer program in the country. Those observers and electronic monitoring, they were out on 3,747 trips and on board 423 vessels. So the observer program covers, and I've already mentioned this, but they cover vessels in both partial coverage, which is just less than 100% of the trips being monitored by either an observer or an electronic monitoring system, and full coverage, meaning every vessel or every trip rather is covered by an observer or electronic monitoring. The vast majority of groundfish harvest is covered by the full coverage portion of the program, where every trip is monitored by either one or two observers. That partial coverage component of the observer program applies to less than 10% of the groundfish catch. It does include a lot of smaller vessels, but the trips in the partial coverage sector are randomly selected for monitoring, and then monitoring is completed by observers or EM within 72 hours of the agency being notified that a trip is going to depart. For much of the presentation, I'm going to be talking about the full coverage or the partial coverage sectors. So it's important to remember that data from observers and EM is used across all fisheries. We try to approach monitoring in a holistic fashion. And I wanted to highlight the following two bullets here for these high volume fisheries. So in the Bering Sea and the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska combined, nearly or over 93% of our pelagic catch was on trips in the full coverage category. Less than 7% of those trips were in the partial coverage category, and all partial coverage trips that were in the Gulf of Alaska. Of those partial coverage trips, nearly 30% of their catch was either monitored by an at-sea observer or a shoreside observer combined with at-sea EM. I'll just make a note that this means that an observer actually put their hands on the fish. So this is not what was monitored by EM at sea. This is really just what was sampled. So, and then for the Gulf. And then in the Bering Sea and Gulf combined, nearly 95% of the non-pelagic catch was on trips in the full coverage category. Just over 5% was in trips in the partial coverage. For partial coverage trips, they occurred in both the Bering Sea and Gulf with 44% and nearly 21% of their catch monitored respectively. The council's already taken action to move additional trips into the full coverage fishery through the Pacific Cod Trawl Catcher Vessel Cooperative Program, commonly known as the PCTC. So that will move even more partial coverage trips of the Bering Sea into full coverage in 2024. Part of the annual report is to publicly report out on costs of the program because observer coverage in Alaska is predominantly funded by the industry. The full coverage category is a pay-as-you-go system where vessels pay private companies directly for observer services. NIMS collects only invoiced costs, and we recognize that the full coverage industry may absorb additional costs that are not reported. For example, as you heard in the trial EM presentation, the cost of food and lodging for full coverage observers is paid for directly by processors in the full coverage sector. These costs are not reflected in invoiced amounts, so they are in addition to this over $12 million that's reported here. Similarly, in 2021, full coverage industry arranged for observer quarantine time in many cases. So because they arranged for that directly, those costs would not have shown up on the invoices that were submitted to the agency by the observer providers. So the costs we do have here are nevertheless over $12 million for 32,565 days. Invoice days do differ from deployment days because deployment days only include those days which the observer provider didn't, the latter includes days for which the observer provider did not charge. The average cost per invoiced C day is 378, and that's again only what we have shown on the invoice. And then that average cost includes the daily rate per observer day, any transportation that was billed on the invoice, and any other billed expenses. We tend to forget electronic monitoring in the full coverage program, so I want to take a moment to talk about the amount of EM that's actually out in full coverage. EM's used to supplement observer coverage in a lot of our full coverage fisheries, including the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, non-Pollock trawl catcher processors. These are your A80 boats, Amendment 80 vessels. They have EM in the factory, and they have additional EM requirements if those vessels are participating in halibut deck sorting. EM is also carried on the Bering Sea Pollock catcher processors and motherships, so AFA vessels. Again, those vessels are required to have an EM component to monitor salmon in the factory to ensure that the observer has access to all the salmon that are sorted out of the catch. The Central Gulf of Alaska rockfish trawl catcher processors, these are the A80 boats that move down from the Bering Sea to harvest rockfish in the Gulf. And those boats also are required to have some EM in addition to full observer coverage. And finally, the Bering Sea Pacific cod longliner catcher processors also have an EM component to their monitoring. In all of these situations, the vessels act as their own EM providers or arrange the service with a private company, and NIMS does not collect any cost information associated with any of these EM programs. So again, this is a cost that's borne by the full coverage industry that is not reflected in that $12+ million. The partial coverage category is also industry funded through a system of fees collected under the authority of Section 313 of the Magnuson Act. This 1.65% fee is based on the ex-vessel value of groundfish and Pacific halibut, and it's assessed on the landings and all vessels in the partial coverage category. Observer coverage is randomly selected, and it's provided by a federally contracted observer provider within 72 hours of trip notification. The observer contract's openly competed, and it's awarded for 1 year plus up to 4 option years. The current contract does expire in August 2024. At the October 2019 meeting, the council identified developing cost efficiencies in the partial coverage category as its highest priority for the program. So NIMS, my staff, and others are working towards an integrated evaluation of the partial coverage category to account for some of the upcoming changes to the trawl components of partial coverage, including trawl EM and this PCTC. And we'll also take a look at the zero coverage sector and the fixed gear EM program. So let's talk about the partial coverage costs. The total expenditures for partial coverage in 2021 was just shy of $4.5 million, and that paid for 3,193 observer days. That cost is inclusive of all non-deployed day costs like training, debriefing, travel, quarantine time, and they also run the odds help desk for both observers and EM deployments. Some of the partial coverage observers were deployed to shoreside processing plants as well in order to maintain COVID safety protocols. This is under the situation where it's different than the EM observers that were at the processing plants. These were observers that the federal government paid for to place in plants so as to allow a processing facility to keep a closed campus. In these situations, observers that were on Pollock vessels couldn't get off that Pollock vessel to follow their fish and account for salmon in those processors. So we placed a dedicated observer in that processing plant. And then preliminary expenditures for our fixed gear EM deployments was $1.3 million. The EM operational costs, those include all the project coordination by the EM vendors, all of the image review, the data review, processing and analysis, and then equipment services and field technical services. We start pulling the annual report together in February of the following year, so February 2022. And at that time, Pacific States had not completed all of the 2021 fixed gear review. I can go into that in more detail for Ms. Vanderhoven, but they have since completed it. Last Friday, I got the last of the trips in and the final costs. They did complete 1,458 electronic monitoring sea days, and we'll update the final costs. That's currently on page 27. We'll update that for the final report. Since there was an earlier question from Ms. Vanderhoven, let me just take a moment to talk about the EM the EM bullpen is what they call it. So the review bullpen at Pacific States does review data for both the West Coast fisheries and Alaska. That's by far the most efficient way to do it because they can ebb and flow and flex those EM reviewers between the two programs as needed as fishery data comes in. However, in 2021, the West Coast looked as if it was moving to a pay-as-you-go model, in which case Pacific States would have been phased out of the review process. So when we discussed the staffing needs, we determined that we would not try to staff up Alaska fully because we thought we would absorb all of the West Coast EM reviewers. The West Coast changed their mind and continued to use Pacific States throughout 2021. So that came as a bit of a surprise to both Pacific States and the Alaska program because we were counting on using those staff and then they were otherwise occupied. So that is one of the reasons that they were a little delayed this year, but they do have the staffing to do it. And now that there's some certainty as what's going to happen on the West Coast, I think we shouldn't run into that problem again. But okay. And now I'm going to hand over chapter 3. Oh, no, I'm not. Got so close. I'm going to talk to chapter 3. Thank you. Chapter 3 is usually the analytic chapter that goes into all of the how we compare an observed trip versus an unobserved trip. And we really look for observer bias in that situation, but it is abbreviated this year in order to keep our analytic staff focused on the cost efficiencies analysis for the 2024 ADP. So we really just evaluated coverage rate achieved compared to our expected coverage rates in this chapter this year. So the first table is the easiest of all of them because our expected coverage rate is 100% because this is our full coverage vessels and we realized 100%. So that was quick and dirty. Okay. Next. All right. So partial coverage in 2021, we did have 2 deployment plans just as we did in 2020. That is because we maintained this port fidelity model that we adopted in 2020 with the council's input. And that is from January 1st to August 31st, we only deployed from 14 ports where travel and lodging conditions allowed for the COVID safety protocols and where fishing effort was great enough to make observer placement cost effective. On September 1st, all the ports were reopened to observer deployment, which means we had to revert back to a model where we were covering all of Alaska with 72 hours notice. So both of our deployment plans included the 3 gear-based strata that we have been using for several years now, hook and line or HAL in the next few slides, pot, and trawl, or TRW in the next few slides. We use this 15% hurdle plus optimization. What that means is that we cover all of the strata at 15%, and then we use the additional days that we can afford to place on the strata that has the most discarded groundfish, Pacific halibut PSC, and Chinook salmon PSC. The 15% was established because the Ssc and the Science Center both felt that we needed some stability behind our program, so things weren't fluxing really high and really low each year. And it also just gives us the baseline information that the agency needs each year to manage the fishery. So this is the one that has a lot more detail in it. So the first, can you go one more? It'll give me a little circle. Thank you. Oh, just one. There. Okay, so the first circle shows the partial coverage strata, that is the electronic monitoring strata. So these three for hook and line, pot, and trawl, the trawl EFP, the realized rates for EM hook and line were about almost 30%, as they were for pot. And then I want to just point out that EM trawl EFP, again, that 32.9% is actually low if you think about monitoring inclusive of the cameras on the vessels. This 32.9 only means that an observer shoreside actually sampled. So these are really samples for that last row as opposed to true monitoring. And as you can see, EM really meant that it was largely unaffected. We were trying to hit 30% expected coverage rates, and we did, or statistically did. And so EM was largely unaffected by COVID in 2021. We had some monitored trips being waived because of travel restrictions for EM technicians, but it was very minor. So all of our expected coverage rates were met. Now, so for partial coverage, in that first chunk of time when we were using the 14 ports, we did not, or for the first part of the year, we hit our sampling goals for the pot and trawl strata, but we did not hit our sampling goal. Sorry, one more time. We did not hit our sampling goal for hook and line. This is because we had more trips work out of ports that we could not get observers to than we expected. So we really, of course, nobody really knew what was going to happen under COVID, but we estimated that maybe half of the normal hook and line vessel trips would go out of ports that we couldn't sample. But in fact, it was higher than that. So we had much more movement across the ports than we expected, but we didn't have anything to base it on either. So, but just a reminder that we set this for safety reasons and not because we were trying to establish, some type of statistical validity in space and time with this hook and line approach with these 14 ports. This is really just what we could do under extreme circumstances. So, and then next, but in the latter part of the year, that shifted because then we could get into all of the ports. And so more coverage was realized than we planned in the trawl sector. And then we were able to meet our objectives in the hook and line and pot. So the reason more was covered in the trawl sector than expected has to do with the odds system. So odds is a coin flip. If you've ever flipped a coin and ever gotten 9 heads in a row out of 10, it's a surprise, but it does happen. And in this year, that is what happened. So it's selected at a higher rate than we expected just because of the random nature of it. It's only expected to happen about 3% of the time. And this year we hit the lucky Vegas streak. So.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Brennan. Because this is the table that we would focus on really in the annual report, I mean, might there be another way to show these data for particularly the cameras that are on the pelagic trawl boats and the EFP? It really looks easily misinterpreted when it's attached to the number of vessels that were in that program. And instead, what I'd love to see is the more accurate representation that about 100% coverage with cameras, and then the sampling at the plant of the catch was 33%. Is there a way we can do this and still be condensed in your table? I'm just afraid there's a level of misinterpretation here that is not helpful.
Through the chair, yes, thanks for that question, Ms. Kimball. Yeah, I noticed that too, and we'll work on that for next year's report. I'd rather not rework this one this year. I can talk to staff and see how complicated it might be to rework it for the final report, but we would certainly take that approach next year, because I agree with you that typically we use the term monitored. In our division, we use the term monitored and sampled very interchangeably, but I understand that the public would not see it that way. So yeah, we could simply put another row. I mean, we just need to add another row for monitored and sampled. Yeah. Okay. So while prior slides showed the percent of trips covered, the next two slides translate that into the percent of catch monitored. It's important to remember that the annual deployment plan, or in this case, the two annual deployment plans for observers and EM, we don't deploy into fisheries, but there's been an interest from the council in comparing observer and EM coverage across the resulting fisheries. So this section does include summaries of monitored and total catch by area, gear type, and sector. I think if you hit it again, maybe it has a circle. No, okay, sorry. So this table 3.4 is the monitored catch for the Gulf of Alaska. And I just wanted to point out that if you look at the very last column in gear totals, you can see the realized percent covered. So in non-pelagic trawl fishery, you can see that our real coverage levels are 89% of the retained catch was monitored, and 91 of those discard catch was monitored. And then, as Ms. Kimball and I were just discussing, the pelagic trawl, the very lowest level there, that 36% of retained catch monitored, that is where an observer sampled and not what was monitored by a camera. And then the discard, it was 48%. So we actually have fairly high numbers there of catch monitored when you look at it by tons in the Gulf. Okay. And then in the Bering Sea, that last column, again, you can really see reflected that the majority of catch coming out of the Bering Sea is in the full coverage sector, with well over 90%, even in hook and line. Really, the only fishery that is predominated by partial coverage fishery in the Bering Sea are the pot vessels. Okay, now I'm going to turn it over to Dennis Jaska for our enforcement and compliance part of this report. And he's joining us virtually. Dennis?
Thank you, Jen. For the record, my name is Dennis Jaska, the Observer Liaison for the Observer Program. And this is chapter 4 of the enforcement and compliance chapter of the annual report. Next slide, please. This slide is just a brief overview of our data analysis. More information, a deeper dive description can be found on page 56 of the report. But just to give you a brief sort of a look into how we do that. So observers report potential violations through written statements. A single observer statement may document one single occurrence or over 100 occurrences of a potential violation. Determining the number of individual occurrences and presenting them per 1,000 deployed days enables us to create a basic crime rate across all sectors. Interpersonal violation types such as sexual harassment and assault are calculated on a per assignment basis rather than deployed days because of the impact one single occurrence can have on an observer. Next slide. The next set of slides will review trends that were detected through the analysis. OLE takes these emerging trends into consideration when planning outreach and education efforts, and when conducting patrols and operations. Investigating crimes against observers is a top priority for OLE. And just kind of like a brief note here on these acronyms, where you see, you're probably familiar with most of these, like CPMS means catcher processor mothership, and all the other ones, but there's PTR for pelagic trawl. And then if you see NPT anywhere, that means non-pelagic trawls. But most of the other ones are pretty self-explanatory. In the AFA and CDQ sectors, all reported offenders were crew members. These cases remain under investigation. For the plant sectors, there were more occurrences of observers being the reported offender than of plant workers. These investigations involving observer-on-observer sexual harassment remain open. The highest rate of intimidation, coercion, hostile work environment occurred in the plant Bering Sea Aleutian Islands AFA sector. The majority of these complaints involved observer-on-observer harassment, none of which were resolved in the field. The next highest occurred in the catcher processor mothership pelagic trawl Bering Sea Aleutian Islands AFA sector. The majority of these complaints involved vessel personnel, though some occurrences did involve conflict between observers. There were no reported attempts to resolve the events at sea. For the disruptive, bothersome behavior conflict resolve category, the catcher processor pot Bering Sea Aleutian Islands CDQ sector had a rate of 2.5 occurrences per assignment. At face value, a high rate of conflicts resolved may seem positive, but in this sector, the burden fell to the observer to try to resolve the conflicts when it really needs to be a mutual offender. Mutual endeavor. Sorry about that. Next slide, please. There's a lot of information in this slide, and I do not intend to spend a lot of time on it, but I did want to provide some examples of trends. I'll just highlight the U.S. Coast Guard marine casualty and MARPOL reporting, where we saw 24.7 occurrences per 1,000 deployed days in a CP pot Gulf of Alaska open access sector. These were mostly injuries that required a medical attention. And then for MARPOL, there was 37 occurrences per 1,000 deployed days, which was actually mostly garbage that was discarded into the water rather than oil spills. So OLE cooperates with the U.S. Coast Guard on these reports to improve the safety of fishing operations and compliance with marine pollution laws. I also wanted to draw the council's attention to the seabird avoidance statement rates, which were nearly 455 occurrences per 1,000 deployed days. If a harvester needs a seabird avoidance gear, they can stop by any OLE office to pick this up. And I'm happy to expand on any of these particular categories if there are any questions. If not, I'll move on to the next slide.
All right, I think you're clear to move on, Mr. Jaska.
Thank you. Okay, skip the page. This slide compares 2020 to 2021 in terms of the number of factor groups or sectors reported by observers, as well as the number of occurrences per assignment for these four categories. Just a note on intimidation, coercion, hostile work environment. Here where we saw 60% of all factor groups that had at least one occurrence. This actually reflects a 5% increase from 2020. And there was a 55% increase in the per assignment rate. But we did see decreases in each of these other three statement categories. I did want to add that OLE and FMA are working collaboratively on a variety of projects that include how reporting rates have changed over time and the potential drivers in reporting sexual assault and sexual harassment violations. Next slide, please. Here we just have our kind of outlined our outreach letters and meetings with industry. sent outreach letters out for observer work environment, impacts to observer data, CP operational requirements, Amendment 80 requirements, halibut deck sorting requirements, and catcher vessel requirements. A Special Agent Jacqueline Smith held a voluntary online training called Ensuring a Safe Work Environment for Observers. And we had 26 meetings with vessel companies. Some, if that sounds like a lot, some of the companies wanted to meet with us more than once. And these discussions focused on current issues detected in the fishing fleet, and as well as issues that were detected in their specific sector. Next slide, please. Here we have our compliance assistance written warnings and summary settlements. For compliance assistance, these were mostly single isolated occurrences where maybe the observer alerted the vessel management about a specific potential violation, or maybe the vessel management caught it themselves and resolved it before it became a big issue. Other issues included single isolated occurrences of unwanted behavior that ceased upon the request of the observer, or when management resolved it to the observer's satisfaction. And we issued written warnings for safety violations, prohibited species retention, failure to adhere to Amendment 91 bycatch handling requirements, hostile work environment, interference with observer duties or safety, or with observer duties or samples, restricted access, failure to notify the observer of fish being brought on board, and failure to provide reasonable assistance. Summary settlements were issued for hostile work environment, failure to adhere to Amendment 91 bycatch handling requirements, safety violations, failure to provide adequate accommodations, prohibited species mishandling, and record keeping and reporting violations. And of those forwarded for prosecution, we had one occurrence or one case involving sexual harassment, sexual assault, which was actually an occurrence from 2020. There were 2 cases involving IFQ retention, and of one of those, one involved lack of wheel watch. Next slide, please. And these are our enforcement decisions and actions. So just a brief note on what these numbers mean. These are case numbers, but the first 2 digits indicates the year that the case was initiated. In 2017, we initiated 2 cases that were charged. On a sea fisher, Jake Vey was charged under Magnuson Act for forcibly assaulting and sexually harassing a fisheries observer. On a Verdal, Justin Williams was charged under Magnuson Act with sexually harassing a fisheries observer. They were both issued a $24,000 NOVA. In 2020, the crew member Ssc Tusi was charged under the Magnuson Act with forcibly assaulting a male fisheries observer on board a vessel. This individual had priors and was hence issued a $72,000 NOVA. In 2018, we had there was the Alaskan lady where Elaman Ba was harassed a female fisheries observer. This one actually went to hearing where administrative law judge Susan Barrow imposed a civil penalty of $20,000 on Elaman Ba. And then finally, Terry Fisher, a crewman, was charged under the Magnuson Act with 1 count of harassing a female fisheries observer. He was also issued a $24,000 NOVA. And that concludes my Chapter 4 presentation.
Okay, thank you. So now we'll go on to Chapter 5, which is the NIMS recommendations.
Ms. Ferdinand, before we do, I'm going to call on Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry. I have a question about the enforcement report. It looks like there's a relatively small number of NOVA fines issued and a large number earlier of potential cases that you were showing us in an earlier slide. And I'm wondering if this is just a time lag and that some of those cases that look like they were from this year, we would be seeing them in subsequent reports, that they would end up getting prosecuted, or do those get settled and they don't end up in the report, or what?
Thank you for that question. If someone else wants to take that. Sorry.
Looks like Mr. Lagerway's stepping up.
For the record, I'm Nathan Lagerway, NOAA Fisheries Office of Law Enforcement. Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau. Thank you for the question. We have many cases that are in investigation and in the litigation process. And you're correct, there is somewhat of a lag in the time that we immediately make contact with the observers and begin those investigations once we become aware of a potential observer victim crime. So just briefly, as I mentioned, we immediately begin that investigation and immediately begin support of the observer. And then there are multiple factors, including the comfort level of the victim with working with us and all of the challenges of an investigation where you have people all over the country and planet in some cases, and then litigation process that might involve in one or two of these, working with the Assistant United States Attorney's Office and then coming back to NOAA General Counsel or initiating a civil process and recognizing later on down the road in the course of that investigation that it may be criminal. So that wasn't so short, but there are many, many factors that can cause these to carry on for more than a year or so.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Lagerway. Ms. Ferdinand.
Okay, so this is the NMFS recommendations chapter, but we actually aren't providing different deployment models in 2023. And that's in order to continue work on that cost efficiencies analysis for the 2024 ADP. That will also include not just cost efficiencies in a way that we can deploy the limited available funding in the most efficient manner so that more coverage for both EM and observers is achieved for the cost, but it will also incorporate the changes that are expected to be coming online in 2024, including trawl EM and the PCTC. So since the 2021 ADP served as the draft 2023 ADP, which has already been through the council process, the council should expect to see the final ADP in December as part of the B reports. And these would be the recommendations that we would include in that final ADP. So we recommend maintaining the 3 gear selection pools, which are hook and line, pot, and trawl, and to continue to allocate observer deployment using this 15% hurdle plus optimization, such that strata that discard more fish get more coverage. We recommend in the fixed gear EM maintaining the size of the 2022 fixed gear pool of 170 vessels. And if funding becomes available, we would expand that up to 30 vessels to the 200 number that has already been approved by the council. If the funding is insufficient to accommodate all vessels that request EM, we would follow past prioritization that's been laid out in the ADP, and that's that the vessels that are already equipped with EM get preference, vessels that are unlikely to introduce data gaps, and vessels for which carrying an observer is problematic due to either bunk space or life raft limitations. Those would be the boats that get preference. We would also continue to notify operators of their VMP or their vessel monitoring plan non-compliance. And NIMS may remove vessels with repeated problems. This is a long process to remove a vessel from the EM pool, and actually NIMS has not had to do that yet. We have had a few boats that have a hard time following the vessel monitoring plan, so we make them aware of their concerns and where they are not following their plan, and then they need to be selected again so that they have the opportunity to improve and demonstrate that improvement. We recommend continuing the pelagic trawl EM EFP, and we would continue support. We would also support if there is increasing numbers of participants. The permit holders assure us that they're not expecting to increase the number of participants, but we do have one Bering Sea processor who sort of tried it out a little bit this year, and my understanding is that they will be full members of the EFP, as it were, next year. So we'll work with them on any support that they might need. And then we intend on collaborating with industry on future EM projects. We have several that we're collaborating with industry now, including the evaluation of cost-effective, I didn't fix the spelling, mobile EM systems. So that's in progress. It's similar to what we've seen with the trawl EM EFP on the tender boats, that these are systems that can easily be put into place and removed, meaning that you can move them from vessel to vessel. We'll continue to explore alternative electronic monitoring review protocols to minimize changes in catch handling. This is particularly true for the fixed gear fleet, where catch handling has to be altered dramatically in order to make sure that all the fish are in the view of the cameras. We want to test EM configurations for multiple vessel monitoring plans that would allow crossover between fixed gear EM program and the trawl EM program. That would allow particularly pot boats that also trawl to be able to operate with EM in both programs. And then we stand by ready to provide operational support to any of the new projects that are funded through the 2022 NFWF, National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. Their requests for proposals went out and were due I think on June 7th. So anything that's new for 2023 we'll continue to support. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Ferdinand. Are there any additional questions? Thank you. So we'll move into the PCFMAC and FMAC reports.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just pause a second while Ms. Gleason pulls up this PowerPoint. Thanks, Shannon. So these are the committee reports from the PCFMAC and FMAC. And I'll also just note that, as I said before, we have the Enforcement Committee agenda or report attached to our e-agenda. They did receive an overview of specifically the enforcement and compliance section of the annual report. And the Enforcement Committee noted that the normalization of reporting has provided better reporting rates from industry and observers. And that represents a significant change from just a couple of years ago. So that was the one thing I wanted to highlight for you from the Enforcement Committee report on the annual report. So whoops. You still see that, hey, Shannon? I touched it and messed it up. Okay. Thank you. So the Partial Coverage Fishery Monitoring Advisory Committee, or the PCFMAC, met on March 3rd, and the purpose of that meeting was for the committee to receive an update on the cost efficiencies analysis. And that meeting provided an opportunity for the PCFMAC to provide input to the analytical team early in the process, which had been requested by the committee and by the council. The committee reiterated the need to review the suite of draft sampling designs under a timeline that allows sufficient time to make subsequent changes during the drafting process. So the committee's recommendation was to be able to meet again when the sampling designs are available for review. And NIMS indicated that the draft sampling elements could be available in early September. At that time, the PCF MAC could provide feedback on those individual elements, and the analytical team that's working on the cost efficiencies analysis could move forward with incorporating those elements into a sampling design. The PCF MAC recommended additional informal check-ins, which are intended to occur through email during the sampling design development process. And the point of that would be so that analytical staff could provide more detail on their analytical approach, as well as some of their analytical assumptions. And committee members and stakeholders could then provide feedback to analytical staff. Along the lines of some of those analytical assumptions, the PCF MAC has noted in several of its meetings that those assumptions could have significant impacts on the results of the cost efficiencies analysis. And so some of the examples that have been provided at the PCF MAC meetings are shown on the screen here. One of them would be what analytical assumptions are going to be used to determine how much precision is needed in determining average weights. Another is, will EM data be applied to zero selection? And how will EM species composition data be used for the observed strata where there are space or time gaps in the observer coverage? Another question that would need to be addressed, or that assumption that would be expanded on to the committee so that it can provide more feedback, would be the metrics that are used to evaluate the stock assessment needs. And how will the electric monitoring equipment replacement costs be incorporated? And we had some discussion about that earlier today. The committee also expressed a need to stay informed on any sampling designs that would require regulatory changes, recognizing that there's a longer timeline there. So any changes to regulations that are needed to implement a specific design would likely occur in a subsequent ADP, so after 2024. The committee had discussion on several of the potential program elements. So the first was on the relative per unit cost. There was some discussion surrounding how that's defined, and we had one member flag caution around oversimplifying those per unit costs to the day. So different tools or approaches provide obviously different amounts of information or types of information during each sampling, EM, or observer day. And the focus should be on how to use all of those tools in the most cost-effective way in order to obtain sufficient data for a representative sample of the population. The committee also discussed the role of shoreside observers in integrating fixed gear EM, and how shoreside data collection could contribute to that total suite of information that's needed to monitor the fixed gear fleet. So the committee was interested in seeing which data components are needed that cannot be captured with EM, such as the biological samples and average weights, the different means through which these data could be collected, and how cost-effective various strategies would be when they're all packaged together. As for port-based deployment, there are potential programmatic cost savings by reducing the number of ports from which observers can deploy. And in September 2021, the PCF MAC and the council had recommended the cost efficiencies analysis evaluate a port-based deployment model. But at the PCF MAC meeting in March, we had members note that depending on which ports are selected, vessels could have to pick up or drop off their observer in a specific list of ports or different ports. And the vessels that would be impacted by that would carry the burden of potentially lost fishing opportunity, extra fuel costs, and reduced safety in order to travel to ports that they don't normally travel to. And so the committee heard that feedback and one of the recommendations coming out of the committee was that the committee does not support continued evaluation of port-based deployment that requires vessels to travel to select ports to pick up an observer. There was also some committee discussion on the challenges to a multi-trip selection process, whereby a vessel would be selected in odds for multiple consecutive trips at a time. And the committee highlighted how selection of multiple trips at once could create potential bias in the data. And one of the ways that this could happen is it could influence how vessel operators, or it could influence their behavior. So a vessel operator may, for example, decide to not take a second trip after being selected. Prior to the PCFMAC meeting, committee members received an idea for a proposal to evaluate a multiple provider option for observer provider procurement. That is a tongue twister. The committee expressed interest in this idea, but was reluctant to support that proposal without more specific information on it, and recognized that some form of this idea was evaluated in a council discussion paper in 2017. And so the committee supported the interested industry members developing a more detailed proposal on that multiple provider option, and then providing that to the council during staff tasking or bringing it up at a future committee meeting. And so I'll speak to that a little bit more once we get to our FMAC report. The PCFMAC also received a brief update on an ongoing project called Examining EM Data Quality, Integration, and Cost Trade-offs for Alaska's Fixed Gear Fleet. And that's a collaborative NIFWIF funded project between Chordata, Saltwater Inc. and Sea State. And that project was focused on examining the integration of EM data with observer data, as well as looking at what some of the trade-offs were in how EM data are collected and reviewed and how that affects the cost of the program. So the abstract for that program is included in Appendix 2 to the PCFMAC report if you want any more detail on it. And I'll just note that that project received prior support from NIMPS, the industry, as well as from the council. One of the things that update on that presentation highlighted was the need for a collaborative process that supports ongoing improvements in terms of how data collection, or in terms of the data collection and the data review. And so the committee discussion that came out of this was, the committee was curious how some of the findings from that project, as they keep coming out and will be presented eventually in a final report, but how those findings could be incorporated into the next steps of the overall program, and what the NIMS process for changes to EM data review procedures are. What came out of that was a request made by the PCFMAC for a standalone briefing on the potential changes to EM data review protocols, and that could be provided annually to the FMAC, so the full committee. And the purpose of that briefing would be for the committee to stay informed on any of the changes that are being considered by the Fisheries Monitoring Analysis Branch and projects, or division, excuse me, and the projects that are related to data review, such as EFPs, that the committee would otherwise be unaware of. So just keeping everybody up to date on that and having some full transparency on any changes that are going on. And the PCFMAC encouraged the presenters of that project to circulate the report once that's available, and bring that to both the agency as well as stakeholders so that they can see the full results of that project. Moving on to the FMAC committee report, or the FMAC report. So the FMAC held a hybrid meeting last week on June 1st, and this was held in Anchorage at our staff office. And the purpose of this meeting was to receive the 2021 annual report as well as the overview of the trawl EM analysis and an update on the NIMS procedural directive for EM data. And there were also a few other topics that that came up on our agenda that I'll discuss later in the report. So the first thing that was up on the FMAC agenda was the annual report, and members of the committee were encouraged to hear that the Observer Program has a similar budget for those fisheries in partial coverage in 2023 as they did in 2022. The recommendation coming out of the FMAC was that the committee supported the NIMPS recommendations for the 2023 ADP, including that the elements of the 2022 ADP be carried forward into the 2023 ADP. This is per the council's previous direction. So those specific recommendations are included on pages 77 and 78 of the annual report. The FMAC had significant discussion on the inclusion of the preliminary cost estimates and the caveats and impacts of using incomplete data for the fixed gear EM program. And so the committee supported the agency providing updated estimates using the full year of fixed gear EM data review and costs for the final 2021 annual report. And Ms. Ferdinand highlighted some of those already since they were able to update them for us prior to the council meeting. The committee's intent with that recommendation is to be able to obtain a more accurate estimate of what the fixed gear EM program costs in order to run it annually, as well as what the annual draw on observer fee revenues may be and how that may change in the future as equipment wears out. And so one of the things that we heard during the meeting was that equipment is often being used and lasting longer than the 5-year period that was predicted. And so this contributes to an artificially high cost estimate, as those costs could be spread out over a longer period of time. The accounting system that will be used under the new approach, this was developed by the cost reporting subgroup. And so the accounting system for next year may provide improved accuracy in terms of trying to estimate these annual costs for ongoing replacement of equipment. The FMAC supported that those new cost reporting categories that were developed by the subgroup and supports those being in place for the 2022 EM data review. And that system basically includes a separate line item for new EM equipment that's installed each year. So while the FMAC recognized that there's still some work to be done in determining how to merge the legacy costs or the legacy amortization costs to determine an annual time series of fixed gear EM costs, because they recognize that this is important because the cost per EMC day and accounting for equipment replacement will be used as an analytical assumption in the cost efficiencies analysis. As far as the next portion of that annual report, the deployment summary and enforcement and compliance parts, the committee had some discussion but did not have any specific recommendations. And one of the discussion points was just to emphasize that while the report highlights trends in enforcement and compliance issues, there are positive trends occurring as well. And the committee suggested that some of those could be highlighted in future years. The council already heard the trawl EM portion of the FMAC report, so I will skip over this slide. And some of the other committee business that came up. So NIMS provided a brief update on the procedural directive on applicability of information law to EM data and any changes the guidance in the directive would have on EM data in the North Pacific. And so that was really just informational for the committee. The committee also discussed a request that was submitted through written public comment and spoken to at the meeting, which was the same request that I highlighted before, submitted to the PCFMAC in March. And so this request was to have council staff draft a discussion paper that would determine which regulatory actions would be needed to change the service delivery model for partial coverage vessels and potentially shore-based processors. And so the concept here, and there, I believe there is a letter in your public comment that speaks to this on the e-agenda, but the concept briefly is to allow vessels to find observer coverage directly through observer providers that are approved by NMFS, and to then submit the cost of observer coverage to NMFS for reimbursement at the end of the season. And the proposers of that idea are concerned that the cost efficiencies analysis will only provide minimal savings, and that in another 5 years, there potentially could be only one observer company due to the economic advantage that the current partial coverage program provides to the company that gets awarded that contract. Overall, for that proposal, the committee expressed interest in this idea and the proposal of that discussion paper, but the committee noted that there'd be significant changes required to the service delivery model through elimination of the federal contract. And so the FMAC really emphasized its current priority is completion of the cost efficiencies analysis in 2023, as well as the trawl EM analysis. Another proposal that was submitted through the same written public comment was to change the definition of a trip for vessels that are delivering to tenders, such that they would be required to log into the odd system after every delivery to a tender. So the current definition for a trip means for the purposes of observer coverage and odds, it means that that does not end until the vessel returns to port. And in describing this issue, the committee and the proposer discussed that this issue appears to be unique to cod in Western Alaska. And there was some disagreement among committee members about whether this behavior and to what extent this behavior is occurring. And the committee noted that it would really benefit from data related to this issue. And so there was a suggestion coming out of the committee discussion that if a tender is within a certain threshold distance of its processing destination, the catcher vessel that is delivering to that tender should be required to start a new trip in odds after delivery. And if vessels are beyond that distance, there's an incentive built in for boats to not have to travel, and they can maintain the observer. So the FMAC had some discussion around this issue, and the committee, or much of the committee, supported modification of the definition of a trip for those delivering to tenders, but questioned the priority of it, given some of the other proposals and the work that the analytical team is currently working on and staff are working on. NMFS had indicated that from a management perspective, there does not appear to be a data issue caused by this behavior or this vessel behavior, but it could be an equity issue. And so the committee highlighted also that this was not a new issue. Tender strata were evaluated in the 2017 through 2020 annual reports, and those reports had the conclusion that there were no significant differences between unobserved and observed tender trips. Lastly, the committee heard about 3 NFWF proposals that I believe the council has already spoken to. These were from United Catcher Boats, Alaska Groundfish Data Bank, and real-time data, and the committee recommended supporting all 3 of those NFWF proposals to sustain the final year of the trawl EM EFP and to advance new efforts in electronic technologies and monitoring. And as I said, I believe the council already noted its support for those, as well as for a 4th proposal during its B report. So I won't go into detail on what those proposals are. The very last thing I wanted to note for the council is that we do have a vacancy on the FMAC for the observer seat. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And Mr. Chairman, that's what I have on the committee reports.
Thank you, Ms. Cleaver. Either Mr. Twite or Ms. Kimball as committee chairs, anything you would like to add? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the reports and all the work of these committees. I know we still need to get testimony, but I guess we're so in the weeds in our monitoring and data collection programs on both the previous agenda item and this one. And I understand that, but we do that because it's so important to collect data off of every single one of these fisheries. And I think these group of people in the FMAC and the partial coverage FMAC in particular, they're spending a lot of time, as is this council, on improving and increasing the amount of coverage on the level of partial coverage fisheries that remain. At the same time, we're trying to provide cost efficiencies across both full coverage and partial coverage fleets. So to bring it back up to our big objective, it's how do we get more coverage on the fleets that remain in partial coverage with our fixed costs under the fee? And how do we get more cost efficiency and more refined like PSC accounting on all of our full coverage fleets? So these are groups doing that. I realize it's difficult sometimes to get this far into the weeds, but I just appreciate their work and the committee's work to get us to this point.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nicole said a lot of what I was thinking really well. The only other thing I'll add is just I would hope that following this meeting, the council can post a solicitation for that new member that Ms. Cleaver mentioned.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. I see Mr. Witherell making note. Okay, any questions on the committee reports? All right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Ferdinand. Thank you, Ms. Cleaver and Mr. Jaska. So it is 2:40. We are over halfway through our afternoon, given that we have to break at 4 o'clock again today. So let's go ahead and take an afternoon break, then we'll come back. Again, the SSC did not take this up. We'll hear the AP report and then public testimony. Members of the public, please sign up to testify prior to the end of the AP report. Let's come back at 2:55. Council, please come back to order. We are ready to take our advisory panel report on agenda item C5. Ms. Christensen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Ruth Christensen here to give the AP report on agenda item C5. The AP supports the NIMS recommendation to forward the elements of the 2022 ADP to the 2023 ADP. The AP recommends supporting all 4 NIFWIF proposals to 1, sustain the final year of the trawl EM exempted fishing permit, and 2, advance new efforts in electronic technologies and monitoring. The committee noted that the timeline of the NIFWIF RFP process is earlier than usual this year, with a deadline of June 7th prior to the council meeting, and that motion passed unanimously.
Thank you for the AP report. Are there any questions? All right, thank you. We'll see you in the morning. Okay, that will bring us to public comment. All right, first up is Paul Clampett. And then we have already heard from Abby Turner-Franke and then Dan Falvey. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Chairman Keenan. My name is Paul Clampett. I own the fishing vessel Augustine. My sons and I use pots to fish sablefish, and we longline hooks for halibut. We've been fishing in Alaska for over 40 years. I'm the president of the Sablefish and Halibut Pot Association and a trustee of the Fishing Vessel Owners Association. When IFQs were first implemented, we had a very simple observer system where we contracted with multiple independent observer companies to procure observers for 30% of our fishing time. The rate was between $350 and $500 per day. We had more coverage for less money. Now that the government has taken over, we pay more for less coverage. The factory trawler fleet pays less for observers than we do, and there's nothing equitable about this. The fixed gear fleet is paying 70% of the cost of the observer program while catching less volume of fish with a lower mortality rate of our discards. We request the council to consider a partial coverage observer program where the fleet would use the current odds process to determine if coverage is required. If a vessel is chosen for coverage, that vessel would obtain an observer from the approved NOAA National Marine Fisheries Service Observer Company and submit for reimbursement from the NIMS from NIMS at the end of the season. The fleet would continue to pay into the observer program as currently required. We request that the council develop a paper identifying the regulatory actions necessary to achieve this change. Current cost per day of around $1,400 for the partial program is not providing reasonable coverage rates. Current observer costs experienced by our vessels run about $600 to $700 a day. If this rate could be realized for the partial observer coverage program, then much of the concerns on future coverage levels would be resolved for all gear types. The other observer issue that we are concerned with is the tender exemption. Vessels delivering to tenders can avoid observer coverage. When a tender is in the same harbor as the shore plant, they can choose to offload their observer and try their luck with the odd system process to drop their observer. We request this exemption be dropped and recommend 2 alternatives. First, those who deliver to tenders and are contemplating a new fishing trip should be required to log into the odd system, the same as other vessels. Second, if the vessels are participants in the tender operation for offloads, they should be required to take an observer if chosen for the entire fishery in which they deliver to a tender. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Clampett. Are there any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clampett. I'm sure you were here for the presentations that we received on the committee reports. And I guess the committee's difference was recognizing those 2 issues and maybe a little further work on those prior to coming to this council, but continuing our current efforts on cost efficiency, which we're going to see whether we get anything for that pretty soon. So I'm just wondering if your testimony is really different from the committee's recommendations, or is it just a matter of priorities?
Thank you. I think through the chair, I think it's just a matter of priority.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Falvey. Good afternoon.
Been a while since I did this. For the record, my name is Dan Falvey with the Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. Thanks for the opportunity. I can be fairly brief here. I do support the AP's recommendation, which is also consistent with your Fisheries Advisory Monitoring Committee's recommendation to roll the elements of the 2022 ADP into 2023. This was the plan the council came up with last fall to kind of hold a 2-year ADP so that we'd have time to do the integration analysis. I'm encouraged by the fact that it looks like the funding amount available for next year is very similar to what we had this year, because I do think it's important to try and keep the rates up to 20 to 30% while we're engaged in this kind of integration analysis process. And we won't know what the exact effort is or what the exact rates will be till fall, but at least the funding going into next year looks to be similar to this year where the rates were pretty good. I would close by saying, remind the council that the reason we've done the 2-year ADP and agreed to it, and the reason we've agreed to the abbreviated annual report is to free up staff time so we can do this integration analysis and help the partial coverage program on the long term. I mean, the goal is to leverage the investment we've made in electronic monitoring for both fixed gear and trawl, as well as some of the new tools we have, such as shoreside monitors, and some of the old tools we have, such as zero selection, and combine those in a way that we improve the overall structure of the partial coverage program. We improve coverage rates, and we can also achieve the goal of putting some more coverage on some of the PSC limited fisheries. So thanks very much. That's my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Falvey. Great to see you again. Any questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Falvey, thank you for all of your work on these issues. You didn't bring this up in your testimony, and so I run the risk of maybe going slightly afoul on typical council procedures, but I'm going to ask you about your thoughts about next steps for, from a council standpoint, continuing to work to adapt and integrate EM. I think you're aware that the Trawl EM committee suggested that its work was wrapping up on its specific charter, but that it saw potentially a need for an ongoing EM body similar to the Trawl, but maybe incorporating other gears as well. I'm wondering what your thoughts are about next steps in terms of a committee like the Trawl EM committee, and how you think, whether you think it might be useful for at least your sector, the fixed gear fleets.
Thank you. Through the chair, I do agree that maintaining a committee that's focused on EM for the next few years in the future will be very useful. I think one high on my priority list is to try and have an arena where we can talk about the fixed gear EM program a little bit more. I know that the development of the EM trawl program was a priority, but I think now that it's kind of launched, having a forum where we can talk about the EM program and some of the challenges and opportunities that are unique to vessels carrying EM, whether they're trawl or fixed gear, will really help us continue to evolve that. So I think I would support continuing on with an EM committee and perhaps blending in some fixed gear representation into that.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Falvey. Okay, council, that concludes public comment. So we have reviewed the reports as required. Is there any action the council would like to take? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking to see if Shannon has my motion. Okay. Thank you. For agenda item C5, the motion reads, Observer Program 2021 Annual Report. The council appreciates the 2021 annual report on the Observer Program and recommends NIMS update the total 2021 fixed gear electronic monitoring sea days reviewed by Pacific States Marine Fishery Commission and costs for the final report. 2023 annual deployment plan. The council supports maintaining the stratification and allocation strategy from the 2022 ADP in 2023. The council also supports additional fixed gear EM vessels There are 30% coverage in the EM pool in 2023, up to 200 total vessels, provided they opt in prior to November 1st, 2022, additional funding for EM equipment secured, and they meet the criteria in the ADP, and continuation of the pelagic trawl EM project with a 100% at-sea monitoring in addition to shoreside observer coverage. Cost efficiencies analysis, the council continues to strongly support NMFS's work on the comprehensive partial coverage cost efficiencies analysis to support cost savings and higher coverage rates under a schedule, which allows implementation in the 2024 ADP, results to inform the next federal observer contract, the partial coverage fishery monitoring advisory committee to convene to review the draft sampling elements, likely early fall, and the PCF MAC to convene prior to the analytical team incorporating elements into a sampling design, likely in early 2023. The council does not support evaluation of port-based deployment that requires vessels to travel to select ports to pick up an observer in the cost efficiencies analysis. And with a second, I will speak to it.
Seconded by Mr. Jensen. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Our action here today is really just to review the 2021 annual report. And then as the council recalls, typically we use that information to inform any recommendations on how we would deploy observers the next year, so in 2023. But per our own direction and the direction of our stakeholders from both fixed and trawl gear fleets that sit on our committees, we're using the same deployment approach in 2023 as we did in 2022 to save time and resources and work on this integrated cost efficiencies analysis. The overarching goal of that analysis, again, is to reduce costs in the partial coverage program in order to get higher coverage levels using the fixed budget of the observer fee. And I think, as mentioned in testimony, that 2-year process is really only supported because we have pretty robust coverage levels this year that we expect, if effort remains the same, to be pretty similar next year. In trawl, if you're in EM, you're 100% covered with the camera and shoreside monitoring. In trawl this year, you're 30% covered. The hook and line fleet, 19%, and the pot fleet, 17%. And then, of course, we have the fixed gear EM program that's been ongoing for quite some time. So I've structured this motion to just touch on the 3 pieces that we've wrapped up into this item. The annual report, of course. I only have one recommendation for the final annual report, and it is pretty important, even though it might have gotten lost in some of the depth of our presentations, but it's on EM costs in the fixed gear fleet. I really only had a little part, like a little tiny part of the data. And so it made the EM fixed gear costs look huge. And that wasn't presented to us in the slides, which I think we appreciate because the committee was pretty clear that would not be representative of what the cost per day in the EM fixed gear program would be. We've asked the agency, and I've asked in this motion explicitly to modify that part of the report because now they have all of the data for the full EM fixed gear review, and we can modify the cost per day to be more appropriate and representative. The part of the motion on the 2023 ADP is very straightforward. It's consistent with our previous recommendations, and it's consistent with the AP motion. And then finally, some very limited, but I think important direction in part for our partial coverage FMAC committee on the cost efficiencies analysis. Again, that's focusing on improving coverage for just that portion of the fleet that remain in partial coverage. And the public and this council have been placing a high priority on getting higher coverage rates for our observer fee revenues. Part of the importance of this work is our ability to affect the next federal contract. So I've been explicit about that objective. It's also an objective of the committee. I think having these opportunities for the committee to meet, it seems like a lot of meeting, but it's a fairly small group of stakeholders across all the fixed gear and trawl fleets that are in partial coverage. And I think it really does end up saving the council a lot of time. So I've indicated some opportunities for those meetings that the committee suggested. Lastly, the motion explicitly states the council doesn't support evaluation of port-based deployment that would require that vessels, even if they're not operating out of that port, if they got selected for an observer, to travel to that port to pick up the observer. That's a change to operations and an additional cost that we didn't contemplate and that the committees didn't support. So we're just being really explicit that we don't want that analyzed in cost efficiencies as a probable outcome or some sampling design. We would not be supporting that. There are also a few other committee recommendations that were embedded in our presentations. They're not explicitly outlined in this motion. And I just want to be clear that that's either because the agency is already committed to doing those things or because they were captured in our pelagic trawl EM agenda item already. So that is the bulk of my motion. I'd be glad to speak to it anymore, answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Are there questions on the motion? Any amendments or comments on the motion? Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for your motion. I especially like the part, the last sentence. I think that would not create any efficiencies in
Mr. Jensen,
in the system at all.
Can you aim at your microphone just a little bit?
Oh, sorry about that. I only got so much cord here. But anyway, I'm going to support this. I like the last sentence. This would really add cost to the boats that had to go to different ports to pick up people and then probably have to bring them back to that port and then go maybe to another port and deliver their fish because they wouldn't want to deliver in the port they were at. So I'm going to be supportive of this one. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Mr. Dwight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for your motion, which I support. Motion doesn't incorporate the suggestion that's come forward from a couple stakeholders, and we heard it again in public testimony on this issue, and that certainly the committee has expressed interest in it as well. And that's the concept of beginning to take some other steps relative to developing some alternatives to the federal contract for supply of observers. I think that's correct at this point to not pick it up immediately. I think, as we know, we've really had to pretty radically realign staff resources at the agency and at the council in order to stay on track for implementation of the cost efficiencies that we hope will come up out of the cost efficiencies analysis in time to implement for the 2024 ADP. And that, I think, remains the council's number one priority. And this stands, the work on this proposal, I think, could potentially make it problematic of meeting that. So my thought was, because I do think there's a lot of merit to continuing to flesh that concept out. I continue to see that as a potentially realistic. So I think I will just try and spend some time as one council member over the summer with at least two of the primary project proponents, working through a little bit further how to conceptually build out the proposal a bit more to make it a little more testable. And also, I've been thinking a lot about the conversation at Trawl EM and then again at FMAC about some of the reasons behind some of the costs that we're currently seeing, which are, we've talked some about the efficiency versus flexibility, cost efficiency versus flexibility curve, and where we've chosen, what policies we've chosen that maybe push us towards the flexibility, but away from the cost efficiency, or towards sort of purely random selection versus cost efficiencies, those kinds of choices that we've made as a council. I think any proposal that comes forward in order to be fully testable has to actually speak to the council's policy choices to date. And maybe it'll suggest alternative choices, but it has to at least speak to them. And that's one area where I think this could be developed some more. Another area where I think this alternative could be developed some more is to also pick up on another topic that came up at both committees, was this idea of sort of skin in the game or incentives. And the committee's view, at least, that a well-balanced approach towards managing costs in this area has to have both incentives for the fleet to really participate in a way that is cost conscious, and also the more skin they have in the game, sort of the more of an incentive they have. And I think figuring out how to craft these proposals in a way that sort of speaks to how the fleet is incentivized to really reduce costs, I think would also be useful for the council. So I think with the addition of some of that, maybe by this fall, there would be a concept that'll be worth bringing forward further. And I, at least as one council member, am interested in that. So I think it's appropriately left out of this motion at this point, but I think it's something that I encourage all council members to continue to think about and provide feedback to the project, to the concept proponents, just on an individual basis. And thank you for the opportunity to ramble a bit on this.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Briefly, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I did not mention, but we received it in our presentations and in testimony. I think it was spoken to well, the interest in another service delivery model. And my understanding from the committee's discussion was that they are interested in that very same objective of achieving higher coverage rates, but they are working toward, in tandem with the agency, the cost efficiencies analysis to see if we achieve that through that mechanism. And we're very close to knowing whether we're just nibbling around the edges there, or we're going to see any meaningful, increase in coverage, or lower cost that would mean increase in coverage. So I think everyone was pretty supportive of the concept brought forward and was brought forward from a testifier today. I think the only difference was the timing of when you look at that and whether we see anything out of our current work very soon that says it's either not necessary or it is necessary. So I was balancing that with our workload. Appreciate getting direct testimony on that today. And I think we'll be revisiting that. I'm glad you're going to work on it over the summer.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any further comments on the motion? Is there any opposition? Motion passes unanimously. Anything further on C5? Okay, thank you. We can get a quick start on agenda item D1, salmon reports. Dr. Stram.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. We have a number of reports under this agenda item, and I have a presentation to give you to walk you through some background and the order of reports. But in the interest of time for today, because we have to break at 4, we have one report that's completely separate from the rest of the agenda item, which is the salmon excluder report update from Mr. Gobbin. So he will give that report today, and then we'll start over with all of the other reports tomorrow, if that's the wish of the council.
That sounds appropriate. Thank you, Dr. Stram. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the council. John Gobbin. I did this work for the North Pacific Fisheries Research Foundation. And I'm going to summarize the results of 3 years of field work with the objective of improving salmon excluder performance in the Bering Sea Pollock fishery. The report is detailed. I hope you have a chance to look at it, and I won't be able to cover many aspects of it, particularly noting if you go to page 47, there's a lot of acknowledgements of people in this process and that have helped in this research, my field project managers. But for this venue, I want to really thank the NMFS regional office for doing everything to get this permit through as they did, and also to making accommodations for some problems we had. Some were related to testing during COVID, and a lot of work on their parts. I appreciate that. So the impetus to look at improvement in the Bering Sea pollock fishery for salmon excluder performance, all the results on the left-hand side, except for the one on the right, were performance from previous tests, where you have the Chinook escapement rates on the left-hand
axis, and then you see this anomalous one on the right. That's from the Gulf of Alaska on a catcher boat. So a lot of the attention in the Bering Sea pollock fishery is why is this one result so much better in the Gulf? And it had, they had used a kind of newer version of the excluder, and there's a lot of difference in characteristics in boats anyway. So one of the impetus for the pollock fleet was, can we get the kind of performance in the Bering Sea that we got in this example in the Gulf? We also, there was interest in helping the fleet because in the years leading up to 2018, the Chinook bycatch rates were increasing in the pollock fishery. So there was a lot of interest in finding a better excluder design and to share information between the different horsepower sectors in that fishery to see what was working. So the objectives were to do these sequential tests in each horsepower category, under 1800 horsepower, over 1800 horsepower catcher boats, and then factory trawlers. So start with the most promising design that the fleet felt was working for them best. Look at the data, look at the video, and make adjustments to that excluder and see if we could improve the performance. We also wanted to collect data that we thought were likely to explain escapement rates so we could do a more scientific covariate analysis to figure what factors are affecting escapement. We didn't make a lot of progress in that regard, but I'll talk a little bit about that. But I just want to tell you that this was uniquely focused on Chinook bycatch. And so all the testing was done in A season. The excluder designs we tested, or some of you have seen work on this, but one of them is called a flapper design, where you take, as you move back through the net before the cod end, you take a panel that you rig in a way so that you weight the back end of it. And so everything coming back through the net has to go down under that panel. And then it creates a slower water area up here. And you hope that a salmon will take advantage of that through his differences in swimming characteristics, swim forward and go out this escapement hole portal. Another design of that was developed later on was one where you have the same weighted panel, but you have a panel off the bottom and you float that and they come together in the middle. So all the fish moving back have to move into the middle, and there's two different escapement routes. One's out the top, one's out the bottom. All these designs were really developed by the industry, and John Groover is the one who principally developed all these ideas, although a lot of adjustments have been made through gear manufacturers' ideas over time. The vessels that tested for the smaller on the horsepower category catcher boat, the Storm Petrel, larger horsepower catcher boat was Destination, and the factory trawler was done by Starbound. These were vessels that were selected by a panel of NIMP scientists to be ones that had the best applications for how they would accommodate the testing on their vessels and facilities. So again, they get this iterative test to see if we can improve escapement rates. And I'm just going to give you an idea. First of all, we monitor the escapement through cameras. You can see the positions here. Those were to optimize the ability to actually count every salmon and every pollock that goes out so we could give accurate escapement rates. We'll start with the Starbound's results. Factory trawler testing was done in 18, 19, and 20. They started out with a modification to that basic flapper design that they had been working on with Ed Richardson at Ssc Processors, where they incorporated a secondary escapement route with a sort of smaller flapper panel and a smaller hood, based on the idea that they saw some salmon in an excluder that didn't have this kind of bumping up against this panel, trying to get out earlier than going all the way back and forward. So that's called a Winston flapper design. Then the second year, they tested that same design, but they cut that hood back, because you'll see the hood on top, this part, because what they saw was salmon, sorry, wrong way. Oh, yeah. Okay, you know what? I got to learn how to drive here. Because they saw salmon that would hesitate right at that escapement portal. So they cut it back the second year. And in the third year, they even cut these side escapement panels for salmon that were kind of doing the right thing, but not going out. So we're trying to optimize based on what we learned. And the escapement rates we saw for the first year were just over 30% median escapement rate with a confidence interval between 20 and 32. The second year with that first adjustment with a smaller hood, the escapement rate went down and those confidence intervals don't overlap. So it really looks like we got poor performance with an adjustment made to improve. And then the third year with those side escapement panels, we saw a nominal improvement, but really these two results probably overlap. So given that testing conditions are different, we really have to be careful to make sure that, you know, there are differences in testing conditions as well as the effects of the adjustments we made. So we really can't say definitively whether the first and the third year were different, but we can say that we didn't see what we expected, which was a great improvement each step. Okay. Moving on to the storm petrels results, testing in those 3 years. They used an over and under excluder design that actually was even more aggressive in terms of trying to get salmon to swim out, because the one that was tested in the Gulf that we saw those great results didn't have these side escapement panels in these hoods. So this idea was, you know, we see these salmon that are trying to get out, they don't, let's give them more room. So they started out with this first year. The second year, we had to remove those because there was just so much open webbing and not enough stability that the whole device just never took the right shape. And you could see with that undulation of the hood that the salmon were not comfortable moving through that area. So that adjustment was made. And then the third year, instead of making a change to the excluder, the vessel added a 5-minute slowdown at the end of the haul because they had salmon that were hesitating in this area and they figured if they slowed down, it might increase the escapement rate. So instead of an excluder change, it was a fishing practice modification the third year. And the results in the first 2 years were in the mid 30s to around 40% escapement rate. Really not statistically different, kind of, but good performance nonetheless. And then the third year with that slowdown that we did, I expected the salmon escapement rate to go up dramatically. That's why we did the adjustment. I also expected pollock escapement to increase. We saw neither. There was something in the Ssc minutes about, you know, you still do the test even if you don't get the results, right? So particularly notable there was that this 5-minute slowdown really did not improve escapement. For the destination, the higher horsepower vessel tested in those years, they started out, they felt like their horsepower was closer to a factory trawler, and factory trawlers were getting good results. So they started out with this Winston flapper. After the first year and after seeing the storm petrels better results, they moved to a different version of a over and under excluder. Noting here that this one actually shortened the distance that the fish had to swim forward. So these panels, their relationship to the escapement portals was a shorter distance coming forward. And then the third year, the most aggressive escapement device that I've ever been involved with testing, which was one where we called zero overlap. So these panels end right at the escapement portal. So a fish doesn't go way back here and have to swim forward. It can go straight out. I expected the pollock escapement to be tremendously high with this design. I also thought the salmon escapement rate would go up, and it didn't. Here are the results. We saw, you know, over 30% with the Winston flapper, about the same result with the over and under first year. And then this highly aggressive approach to get Chinook salmon to swim out had a lower escapement rate nominally. Again, the testing conditions are different, but we're not seeing what we had hoped. And it could very well be that these adjustments, when you think about what fishermen are looking at the video, what they're thinking is making salmon escape or why they're doing it. We may not understand that. I guess it's the theme here. So the overall results look like this. And this is the three vessels, Destination, Starbound, and Storm Petrel. So we didn't see this linear increase, but what we did see, I think this is a good result, is that 7 of the 9 specific tests had really over 30% median escapement rates for Chinook salmon. 2 of them were really disappointing, and sometimes those corresponded to the thing we did with it we thought would be the most productive. Another good result, though, is that if you look at pollock escapement, again, we counted all the pollock and translated that into an estimated percentage weight. In all cases, in the test, the highest rate we got was 1.5%. So even with that no overlap, aggressive over and under excluder, we had a really low pollock escapement rate. So these devices are giving good performance, and we're not losing a lot of pollock. That's the good indication here. As far as making further adjustments, that's another story, and I'll get into that story a little bit. I guess the main take home is that the fishermen's ideas and the kind of joint process we use with the gear manufacturers to make adjustments didn't go in the right direction most of the time. And so this really focuses us on the need to better understand what's actually driving performance. And this can be viewed as or described as covariates. What are the factors that are affecting escapement? We did do a lot of work in this EFP to track things we thought would be factors. The amount of light, the amount of pollock moving through the net at any one time. So instead of just saying high CPUE pollock fishing, we actually tracked with cameras the amount in a sequence across the throughout the tow, and we tracked the escapement times to see if when there was a lot of pollock moving through the net, could the salmon get out of the way? Because that was a lot of the theory behind this, is that perhaps salmon can't get to the escapement portal because they just can't feel the effect of it, or there's just too much fish in the way. So we tried to measure that, and I'll give you a little bit of idea. We did make some progress in that direction, and it's not linear. We also looked at whether escapements are correlated with towing, turning, or hauling back, which have effect on the water flow. The first one we tried to look at was water flow with a device that we had hoped would work for this. It's very difficult to monitor water flow accurately inside a net for a number of reasons that would take a long time to explain. But the device that we were hoping to get that would work for this from Memorial University, when they tried it in a flume tank, it worked really well. When they tried it in the real world, they told us, don't use this, it doesn't work. So we weren't able to do that. This is what the analysis looks like if you have a chance to look at it. But this is one haul on one vessel, but you can see the gray lines are what the vessel was doing. The orange lines where they blip up are where the salmon escapements occurred on that haul. And these little skinny blue lines are the relative amount of pollock moving through the net at that time. And if you go through the analysis, you'll see lots of charts like this. The reason I think we didn't see this come out as an explanatory variable is that what we learned with multiple cameras in the net was that salmon escapements are not instantaneous. A lot of times they'll move out of the flow in the back edge of that excluder, but they'll take quite a long time. So timing those escapements, and we put 5-minute brackets around the salmon escapements. Some salmon do it right away. Some do it taking 20 minutes. They hesitate at different parts of that as they move forward. So this is something we learned about how hard it is to measure this relationship. And I think it's good to report that, but we didn't make we weren't fully able to evaluate the amount of pollock moving through the net as a covariate. The next person who studies this will have the experience that we had and try to figure out how to see a salmon move when they start that process. We weren't able to do that with the cameras because it's a lot of pollock in the way. So that's the overall relationship here. You'll see that salmon escapements correlated with amount of pollock. There's really no strong relationship coming out of that. So what are the take homes? How am I doing on time, Mr. Chair? Are we good? Great, thank you. with this covariate analysis, I really think, and I think others agree with me that are working on this, like Dr. Yoakum at the Science Center, that water flow is a determinant here. It's really difficult to measure, and it's not just about towing speed. How you rig the doors, how your net works has a lot to do with kind of how this works for a pollock or a salmon as they move through the net. We were hoping to have a commercially available water flow meter. When the Memorial University people abandoned the one they were hoping that we could try, we tried other things that Dave Lowry on the Ssc and others had ideas, but none of them worked reliably. It's very difficult to measure. For the relative amount of water moving, pollock moving through the excluder section, I do think that will be an important explanatory variable, but because we couldn't measure those in a way that was really what we tried to do with sort of instantaneous amount of pollock, and when they start that process, we didn't see a relationship, but I still think that's going to be an important one. For the amount of light, we did measure that with light meters, and unfortunately, we didn't have any variation in the amount of light. And that happens because we had to use cameras, lighted cameras to see. And although there's day and night photic differences, at the depths we were fishing, the ambient light really had no influence. So what we measured the whole time was the lights on the cameras that were always on. So we couldn't really look at variability there. Whoops. Okay. Oh no. Yeah. Good. So, yeah. Okay. So overall conclusions, we didn't see the relationship we hoped with using fishermen's ideas and making improvements. And as the Ssc notes, we can't be definitive of whether those worked or not because the ambient conditions are changing. We did get some ideas in the discussion with the Ssc about how we might actually do paired comparisons, like I discussed with the halibut excluder trials that I'm hoping to do this fall. That's the pair trawl for pollock is not something you can do, but there may be ways. And actually, one of the pollock fishermen has an idea that we might get there someday. But I think what we did see was really good escapement of performance from these devices and improvements from what we saw before. So I think that's a good take home. When we report those escapement results to fishermen, we tell them the conditions we tested under so they can have an idea. They know what the vessel horsepower was. We tell them that it was high CPUE pollock fishing, mostly night towing, those things. They can help use that information to kind of decide what kind of advice we can give them for what excluder might work best for them. And also some of the things we did try to increase that performance. So, but I think overall, the next level of improvements to this, we're really going to take a refinement in the methods to measure these covariates scientifically. And that's something I'm glad we tried to do. I think we made some progress in the direction of figuring out what doesn't work. And sometimes that's the first stage. And we did our best, but it's more complex than many of us thought. And that's my report.
Thank you, Mr. Govin. Any questions on the EFP report? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Govin, thank you for all your work on this over the years. I think at least one of the takeaways I get from this latest work is that the idea of trying to mandate excluder use, particularly through regulations, is just, I mean, I don't even know how you'd write a regulation, much less why you would, given what you've sort of described in terms of effectiveness of different ones. And so that leaves it then in terms of finding incentives for harvesters to continue to use them and continue to experiment with them and try and find what's most successful. And where do you think, at least with the sectors of industry that you work with, where do you think the incentives lie at this point for continued experimentation from the wheelhouse in terms of what makes sense?
Through the chair, thanks, Mr. Toy, for that question. I agree with you. Trying to mandate this, I mean, these are small adjustments, and trying to describe those in regulations and all that it's never going to be successful, and it's really wouldn't be a good idea. I think from my experience working with the Pollock fishermen, they're highly incentivized to avoid salmon. And from my perspective, in thinking about field work I've done, and then my project managers working with these captains, they really want these things. They want to improve performance. In their thinking right now, moving away from areas where they have bycatch is costing them a lot of time and a lot of now fuel, although fuel's gotten worse since this happened. And so if there's an excluder, they can get to work. They don't have to keep moving all the time to avoid salmon. That's a real benefit. And then it's compounded, I think, by the fact that they also get bumped out of areas because their rates are above a threshold, and the way their salmon plan, you know that better than I do. So I think those incentives are there. All the captains we worked with were highly incentivized to sit down with us and look at a lot of video and made suggestions. All the fishermen we had meetings with came forward and gave a lot of suggestions. I find that all that reflects their interest in making these devices work better for the reasons I described, and the overall idea of just not trying to catch something they don't want to catch.
Mr. Mras.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Govan. I think your work over the years has probably saved a pretty large number of bycatch species, so appreciate that. What I'm wondering is
that is not true.
Well, I think the deck sorting did, and I think the work you guys have done has been productive. So, but my question for you is this: as you came years ago, and I believe on the advisory panel, and you were optimistic that LED lighting might incentivize the behavior of some target species to find their way to the excluder. Was that halibut or was that salmon that lights were looking like they might be a promising way?
Yeah, thanks through the chair, Mr. Mesereau. Actually, I kind of had to skip it because I wanted to get through the report and leave enough time for you guys. But there was a lot of interest by the fleet in testing that, whether augmenting salmon excluders with light place would attract salmon. And actually, I've been agnostic on that one because early work I saw by Dr. Yoakum has actually shown, and again, it was done in a tank with Chinook salmon, but that there actually may, instead of attraction, it may be a certain scaring effect of light or uncomfortable reaction to it. So there was a lot of interest. Why don't we try a lighted pathway? We had tried that once before. We had a hard time measuring underwater whether the areas we were trying to attract them to was where the light stopped and whether we were just lighting up everything. I realized at that point that that's way beyond my pay grade to figure out how to test that. And I think there are other people working on that, but I have to believe that one way or the other, these stimuli, whether it be light or other things, whether they're an attractant or not, if they actually have the opposite effect, we may be able to use those things. But for trying to test that in a test like this, if you think the Ssc had given a lot of caveats of what we tried to do, all that, how do you measure whether you really even created the effect that you were trying to get in the area you were trying to get it? I'm really glad we didn't do it, actually, just because we would have had 3 more pages of comments on this.
Any additional questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Govan. I was wondering if you'd shed just a little more light on the figures about looking at the amount of pollock in the net and the salmon escapement events. Like when I just look at that one figure, slide 35, it seems like the salmon escapement events are happening when there's not a lot of pollock, or at least not happening at the times of largest pollock abundance. But you're saying you cannot kind of isolate a relationship there. And my second question was whether that data collection on the amount of pollock versus Chinook in the net was done on every one of those types of vessels or just one.
Thanks. In the interest of keeping within the time limits, this is just one haul. Okay, what you're seeing here, the overall relationship was in the next slide, and so you wouldn't have seen the escapements. Those are bracketed on the right hand side there, and the amount of pollock on the left. So you would have seen that relationship not look like that. So that actually shows their overall in what we did. We didn't see that relationship. We did this where what this reflects is where we could do this successfully. There was one vessel that used an excluder off its rear net reel, and I was uncomfortable having the project manager put that camera back where it needed to be, because with to retrieve that, because it can't go on the net reel, it was dangerous to go in the net. They would have had to go inside the net with fish in the net in Bering Sea in the hay season. So we didn't do that one, but the rest of them we did across. And this reflects multiple vessels here. And there just isn't a relationship here that we were hoping to find. But I don't know that this tells it, because again, when the amount of pollock was based on actually being able to do that in real time, but the escapements were sometimes when those conditions of pollock moving through were occurring, and sometimes they'd get out of that flow, but 5, 10, 25 minutes later, that salmon would actually escape. So all we had was really the time of escapement, not the time that they started that process. So we really can't say this is definitive. And I do think this is, if you could measure it right, you would see a relationship here. Does that help? That's just my theory, though. I can't prove it until I do another science experiment. I don't think I'm going to try that again.
Any further questions? Thanks again. Thanks for all your work on this.
Thank you.
Okay, it's 3:50. We can go ahead and adjourn for the day. We'll come back at 8:30 tomorrow. And again, we'll start up with the advisory panel report in full, and then Dr. Stram will walk us through the agenda item in further detail.